but to make the students fit into industry when they leave us. Given the peculiarities of the present business landscape, many managers have found themselves in a very tight corner. And as such, at Lagos Business School, we need to address how we can help these organizations, not just to survive, but to thrive. So for us at Lagos Business School, it's obvious that the days of bringing everybody into the classroom is over. Our plan was brought about by technology, COVID, and competition. We used to offer in-class, person-to-person programs. With COVID and technology, we brought in the hybrids, where some people will be in class and others can actually join from their homes or their offices. So you have this mass market product, middle is the hybrid, but our premium products are the face-to-face in-class, because we know that some executives still want to come into class in order to network and exchange ideas with their colleagues. This is how we're going to remain relevant. This is how we're going to compete. Lagos Business School started with the main focus of helping the business community to do better. We also make sure that even our young MBAs don't leave this place just thinking of profit maximization alone, but also how they can touch lives. So from the very beginning of the MBA program, they are introduced to what we call personal social responsibility projects, where the students realize that to succeed as managers, they must actually integrate both economic and social values and objectives into the way they run business. We've done a lot in the private sector, and we believe that it is time for us to now do the same in the public sector. Because if we have a vibrant public sector, the private sector will be the best beneficiaries from it. And our approach is to see how we can assist in the areas of governance, policy making, leadership, strategic planning. It's not an easy field to play. And the starting point for us is to move our breakfast club and start a version of it in Abuja. The breakfast club in Lagos brings together public sector players, private sector players. The more they talk, the more they realize the problems they have, the better they'll be in providing solutions. We currently have 2 global accreditations, the AACSB and AMBA. And these are 2 top accreditations that only about 5% of business schools all over the world have. We're also going for the 3rd one, EQUIS. And that will now give us what I call triple crown. And we want to do that within the next 2 years. We are not slowing down. Getting these accreditations and rankings does not stop there. We need to maintain them, because that's the only way we can prove that we're a top-class business school. And we'll be able to attract top-class faculty and also attract students from other parts of Africa and the world. Lagos Business School started 30 years ago as a small school, and over the years we have grown. Today we have well over 7,000 members of the Annual Association, and these are people who've gone through executive programs and MBAs with us. We've just concluded our 5-year strategic plan from 2021 to 2025, and that's where we've captured the new LBS. And this is an opportunity for us to grow that tribe, because technology has now gotten a significant role to play in the future of the school. Thanks to COVID, we have now accelerated the way we can reach other people. So our objective is not just to focus on people in Nigeria, but to expand, extend our coverage to Africa and other parts of the world, because we want people who want to know how to do business in Africa to come to us. By that means, we will now extend and increase the tribe of LBS. We will not stop at this stage, because our objective is to be the #1 business school operating from out of Africa. And as such, we are going to build a business school that will be the pride of Africa, but at the same time compete effectively anywhere in the world.
The house. Let me kill the mic in the house. The mic I want to test. I want to kill it. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Most of the failure of the family
Can you hear me very
businesses
well?
start from the family.
Eh?
If the family is
Okay, please
dysfunctional,
pause,
the
pause.
business
Will be
invariably in a very
dysfunctional.
short
Pause
time
it.
will become.
Can you hear me clearly? Mr. Macaulay, can you hear me? Sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? You hear me? Okay, no problem. Can somebody use the? Let me tell Yano to use the podium mic for Nelson.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you perfectly loud and clear.
Yeah, Mr. Macaulay, the people are here. Oh. Their audience here. Oh. Their audience here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mr.
Good
Macaulay, they can hear
morning.
you. They can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly. Please,
Okay.
the
Eh,
guests are seated. The guests are seated.
okay.
Mr. Macaulay, the guests are seated. Oh.
The host has not set the meeting for the only speaker group that we can get.
Hello.
I don't know why it's not getting our feed. Every other thing, they are also getting our feed here. It's only them. I don't know. Huh? Why? What you have that? It's in.
Hello, Mr. Macaulay.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
The slides. Is here already now? Okay. Can flash it. Yes. You have not extended it.
Problematic.
Good day, all, and welcome to the Lagos Business School Family Business Podcast. My name is Orolua Amorigoye. On today's episode, we will be discussing the ladder of longevity, what it means, and why it matters. Our guest today is Dr. Okewoke. Welcome, sir. We would like to know if you could share a bit about your background.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here today as your guest to talk around issues on family business. Today we're talking by way of background. I'm not an owner of a family business, but I happen to be a very interested party in issues around family business. I've been a banker. I had to deal with a lot of family business owners, very successful family businesses. But at some point towards the end of my career in banking, what I noticed really frightened me. The fact that a lot of the very successful businesses, family-owned businesses that I knew, we are literally going out of business towards either the founders, had issues, dead, getting tired or sick. So it just seemed to me that the businesses were revolving around the lifetime of the founders. I found that very troubling, especially if I put that into context with, what I see if you watch CNN, you hear of 100-year club of businesses who've been around 300 years, 400 years. In Japan, they're business at over 1,000 years, and they're still strong and going. So I felt sufficiently challenged and motivated to do something, no matter how little. And that forced me to do a study around leadership, especially as it relates to family businesses and issues around transition. And here we are.
Yeah, so we can see that your passion for family businesses was concerning their longevity and making sure that they lasted in the Nigerian and African context. With that in mind, what are some of the roadblocks that they experience when it comes to their longevity?
Now, the way I put it is the issues of longevity is not something, they're not the one shot at success. It requires a whole lot of consistent, deliberate decisions being made within the family that own the business, within the business itself. So now the issue is not just the roadblock. The issue is what do people do? Well, you can't do something different and expect a different answer. A lot of family business owners they wish. I use the word wish that their children, offspring will succeed them. But they don't take the steps required to prepare those offspring, either by way of formal education, either by way of mentoring, either by way of forcing them to learn and make mistakes and learn from those mistakes. But at the end of the day, maybe I succeed. Maybe if you take me as an owner of a business, maybe I went through the firmed apprenticeship system, for example, and then I'm successful today. I'm happy to send my son or my daughter to Harvard Business School, London Business School. He comes back, no experience in the business, I make him a director, make him executive director. So it's not about what are the stumbling blocks, it's about what have I done to prepare that child of mine to take over. I'm sure if I did what I just explained today, you can almost predict that child will fail because they don't have the experience to run the business.
Yeah.
He has not gone through the process of learning through from the master's table, making mistakes, learning from them, then a formal preparation of leadership, what people call succession planning and implementation. If you don't go through those, it's certainly not able to succeed.
So from what you're saying now, we're saying that we need some structures put in place for these family businesses to ensure that their businesses move from generation to generation. Could you please shed more light on some of these structures that we need to put in place?
Now, there are two parts to this. You have, when you have a family business, you have the family side, you also have the business side. Now, so there are things that must be done within the business side. The issue that many of us know them, creating a structure. It's not that I come in anytime, maybe I put my brothers and sisters in the business, whether they have experience or not, to run. They don't have experience. I have to find talent that can run the business, whether they're my family members or they're not my family members. That is, you can't take it. That no, if it's a business, you must have skill to run a business. It doesn't matter. You don't inherit skill from your parents. You must earn it. So I must have people that are skilled. I must have authority, boundaries, control. This is everything we talk about in business. What is my authority? As how do I create authority? Within the business. Somebody you go to some place, you have somebody called the managing director of a business, but cannot do anything. Somebody out there is still doing everything. You have to have authority inside to create institutions. Inside the business, so that the structure, whether I'm not there, I am there, the business will run.
Yeah.
That's on the business side. Then, even in that business side, at some point, when people talk about boards, whether it's advisory board or actual boards, the reason why you put all those in place is to also help the owner of that business become a sounding board for the owner of the business. So it's not like one man, there's no one person that knows everything. Sometimes as an owner, I can be blindsided, and some things I shouldn't have done, I do them. But if I have a board, whether you call it advisory board, I don't want to go into the details or the differences now. But you have to have somebody that you report to. Everybody must report to somebody, including the owner of the business. That's on the business side. If we go to the family side, what is the structure around the family? Sometimes we forget that most of the failures of the family businesses start from the family. If the family is dysfunctional, the business invariably in a very short time will become problematic. So how do you create a structure that manages the relationship between the family and the business? Which member of the family can come into the business? What qualifications should he have? What experience must he have before he can take on a particular position? Sometimes we tend to think that once I'm the child of the owner, I can play any role.
Yes.
What job be created for me because I'm a family member? So there has to be some form of structure that makes managing the entitlement mentality that tends to come up from the family. So if you don't have this in place, you're certainly going to struggle.
So when speaking about family, and also you mentioned the family side and the business side. Obviously, we're going to hire some people that are not family members into this business. How do we make sure that they don't feel, because I'm not a family member, I'm being treated unfairly? How do we navigate that in family businesses?
Now, how you do that? Same way you do it in a normal business. I mean, a family business is a normal business, so let me not say it's an abnormal business. But just a bit more complex because I had a family that is dominant, in decisions. But if I'm an employee in a family business, what I want to have is, do I have a career?
I'm coming, Joe. That mic is on. That mic is on. Yeah, you didn't put it on.
On, but it's not working.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are all fine and well. Can we all settle down? You are highly welcome. So what we're supposed to do first, of course, we are in Nigeria, is that we are supposed to take the national anthem first before we now do introductions and give you a lowdown on what we're going to do today. So can we, our media people, are you ready for the national anthem? So we're going to take stanza 1 and 2. Can we all rise for the national anthem, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. We can all have our seats, please. So good morning again. Standing with me, who will help us to do most of the things we're going to do today, is my colleague, Nsima Ogedia Lakwe. And according to my parents, my names are Franklin Nemekangu. We all both from in LBS. And today we are looking at from family enterprise to family institution, climbing the longevity ladder. And of course, some of you must have received the program is going to be a very impactful and insightful session. We have array of speakers, we have array of panel members, and we have other things that we're going to have today that at the end of the day, all of us will leave here with some value and some good things that we're going to use to continue to develop our family business. So let me welcome all of you again as we are just about to start the national anthem. They said that just in time, our dean walked in. So he came on time before the national anthem. So the dean, Professor Chris Ogbeche, you're highly welcome. So it will be difficult for me to recognize all the people here. We have, they said, I think the English is normally men of timber and caliber. We also have women of timber and caliber as well. So we have so many people, and as we go on, we will mention few names. We have our Chief Operating Officer, Bita Bankole, in our midst. We also have the Director of the Family Business Initiatives, Dr. K. Nwuke. And we also have the President of Afrexim Bank. That is Professor Benedict Orama, ably represented by Special Advisor, Mr. Kene Uzo. Kene, you're highly welcome. He came all the way from Egypt, and he said that he brought blessings from Cairo for us. So you were highly welcome. So thank you all for coming. And just in time again, our Vice Chancellor is walking in. So VC, Professor Enase Okenedo, you're highly welcome. We also have other very eminent people in our midst. So you're all highly welcome. So as you know, based on the program, we have a lot of activities today. But for us to properly start, I think it might be appropriate for me to welcome and invite our Dean to give us just short opening remarks. Professor Chris Ogbeche, please. Thank you. If you cannot give him a round of applause, please. And you can keep clapping until he comes here, please. Thank you. I think he can use this.
Thanks, Franklin. Just to remind you that teachers don't give short opening remarks. So when you give a microphone to a teacher, don't be surprised. You might spend all the time talking and lecturing. Special guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, family business owners, entrepreneurs, and all our esteemed LBS supporters. A warm and heartfelt welcome to the inaugural LBS Family Business Conference, taking place here at the Lagos International Hotel. It is a great pleasure and honor to stand before you today as we embark on this special, momentous occasion. Allow me to extend a special welcome to the LBS Family Business Initiative Advisory Committee members, whose visionary leadership has guided us to this remarkable gathering. To our esteemed guests, keynote speakers, panelists, we are deeply honored by your presence. Your unwavering dedication to fostering innovation and excellence within the business community has been truly inspiring, and we are grateful for your presence here and for your support to us at Lagos Business School. We are deeply passionate about family businesses. Because we know that most businesses in Nigeria owned by Nigerians are family businesses. And all over the world, family businesses have contributed significantly to the economic growth of countries. Most of the multinationals we see and hear about are family businesses. Ford Motors, Nestle, Samsung, Sony, Heineken, L'Oreal. What do we have in Nigeria to match this? Where are the Odutola tires? The Ojuku Transport, the Okada, Arik. What happened to them? These are issues that family business initiative at Lagos Business School will be tackling and see how we can, as much as possible, help family businesses go beyond the first generation, second generation, and even the 10th generation. We recognize the unique challenges faced by family-owned enterprises. Despite their contribution, statistics show that only about 30% of Nigerian family businesses thrive past the first generation. And this has been proven empirically by various research studies, including one carried out by the Nigerian Stock Exchange on family businesses. This highlights the critical need for tailored support to ensure that these family businesses go beyond several generations and become household organizations in Nigeria and in Africa. So these statistics underscore the resilience and enduring legacy of family businesses in our society. However, they also highlight the need for continuous learning and adaptation to ensure sustained success in an ever-changing business landscape. Distinguished guests, today marks a significant milestone in our commitment to fostering the success of family-owned businesses in Nigeria. Through this conference and future initiatives, we aim to provide targeted programs, facilitate knowledge sharing, and promote research to create a vibrant ecosystem where family businesses in Nigeria flourish across generations. I would like to thank Oke and his team who have put this together. They've spent sleepless nights banging on doors, calling on executives, generating interest, and making sure that this happens. I'd like to thank you for joining us on this exciting journey. Call it exciting because so many good things will come out of it. Together, let us chart a course towards a brighter future for family businesses in Nigeria and beyond. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring family business conference at Lagos Business School. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chris. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Thank you very much. You know, our dean, Professor Chris Obechet, talked about, he mentioned Nestle, multinationals, and all that with regards to family business. And I'm sure we all understood it. But my first encounter, or even the most recent encounter I have with family business was during my recent visit to the village. So one of our relations died, and they are preparing for the burial. And the burial is in May, end of May. And during the preparation, they said that we have to go and meet one man who is a rainmaker. So some of us that came in said that what's the essence that is made, that nothing will happen. They say that man, that is the fourth generation of family that are rainmakers. So that he took it up from his great-grandfather to his grandfather to his father and to him now. So that they have been doing that rainmaking business for the past over 50 years. So that we must go and see them. Is that not a family business? It's a family business. So what we need to do is to see how can we make that a proper business. And that's what the essence of this conference, to make sure that all the things that we have in Nigeria, Odutola and Sons, Philip and Sons, Emenika and Sons, Ajaya and Sons, that all of them transformed to become more or less Walmart, Nestle, and other big businesses. So on that note, let me first of all welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Ibuka Awashika, who just walked in. Good morning, ma, and welcome. So can we all give her a round of applause for walking in? So let me now invite Dr. Okenwuke to more or less give us an introduction of this conference, and more or less to tell us if my own experience of family business and Professor Chris' experience of family business, if they are the same thing, if they are related, or if they are not related. Dr. Nwuke, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Franklin. Unfortunately, we did not invite any rainmaker to this particular event, so I don't know whether we are talking about the same family business not of rainmaking. Good morning, everyone. I'll write on the back of the welcome address by the Dean of Lagos Business School. As they say in Nigeria, all protocols duly observed. So, ladies and gentlemen, and the esteemed guests that are here today, it's my pleasure really to welcome us to this inaugural conference of LBS Family Business Initiative. It's not all the time that business people leave all the things that they are doing in the morning hours to come and listen to some people. But the good thing about today's event is you are not listening to faculty members, you'll be listening to yourselves. As you see, as we go along, members on the panel will be people like yourselves who also run family businesses. So I'm honored to stand before us, all of you this morning, in the audience that includes founders, leaders, first generation, second generation of family businesses. And some of them are also executives, non-family executives that work within the family business. Now, one may ask, for me to be responsible for putting this together with the team, what is my own with family businesses? I don't have a family business, and I was not lucky to inherit one from my parents. However, I believe I call myself someone that has a vested interest in the family business. I was a banker for, call it 23 years actively. And during those days, daily days in banking, I was privileged to work as a lender, a relationship manager, call it anything, with a lot of successful family businesses. However, towards the end of my active banking career, 23 years after, I was alarmed that many of such businesses that were hitherto very thriving and successful had become mere shadows of their former selves. In fact, many of them had actually gone out of business. The issues such as incapacitation of the founder, age, debt, management issues, conflict in the family, and etc. Threaten the survival of these businesses. And I was able to contrast that with what I see and read, whether in banking or general finance and management, about family business that have lasted longer than 100 years, 200, 300. In fact, there's a particular family business in Asia, in Japan in particular, that is still over 1,000 years today and still thriving. And for those of us that watch CNN, you see 100-Year Club, which basically talks about businesses that have celebrated 100, 200, 300. I mean, many of us, the tea we have, the British Earl Grey, it's over 300 years, and it's still the same tea, maybe evolving over time. Now, so I was able to, this realization that a lot of other business schools in other climes have gone beyond generations, created some, motivation in me to try to find out what can be done differently. Is there any other thing that we can do to ensure that our own family businesses could also have the same history? And again, joining with LBS and now Family Business Initiative, we now believe that that's something we can do that will make a difference. Now, like Professor Beche said earlier on, globally, family businesses are the bedrock of every economy. In contributions, anywhere between 70, 80, and above in terms of contribution to GDP. Not just in our own kind of developing economies, even developed economies. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we have over 24 million thereabouts of family businesses. And basically,
if you look at our GDP contribution, farming, even though it's not one of the areas of the business that people see as very attractive, the largest contributor to our GDP comes from farming. And then, and majority of farmers, if not all, are family businesses. And then you can also see the same of other economies. Now, there's a report recently that family business in Nigeria over $200 billion of our GDP. In fact, one of our sponsors, I think Money Point, did something recently that's also attested to that. Now, this size of the family businesses, as important as it is, the fact that the alarming high rate of failure of these businesses is actually a cause for concern. I mean, been written by practically everybody that less than 30% survive from first to second generation. By the time it becomes the third generation, under 10%. By the next generation, literally starting afresh. But what we say in LBS Family Business Initiative is, this is not something that must happen, but it's a consequence of action that were taken in the past. That means that if we take a different action today, we are going to see a different outcome. So today, as we convene to explore the theme of this conference, which is from family enterprise to family institution, and then climbing the longevity ladder. Like I said, we call it a ladder because not something, you don't jump the rungs. It's a process. Now, this theme is for us to help us explore and draw attention to the unique dynamics and challenges and opportunities that are facing family businesses in their journey toward becoming enduring institutions. The transition that we seek is not just about financial success. So it takes more than financial acumen to do a business. It demands a profound understanding of the intricacies within the family-owned enterprises. I mean, I was having a discussion with one of our panelists today, and what we have found out is the most successful family business, most successful business can be destroyed by a discordant, a family in dysfunction. You can predict the day that dysfunctionality starts. You can predict when it will affect the business. So that is why we are here today. So this journey, through this conference, we aim to delve into family issues around governance, leadership, succession, strategy, strategic planning. We also tell people that when you plan, if you do strategic plan for a family business, and you don't do for the family that owns the business, that of the family will trump that of the business. So those things have to be taken in balance. So through this conference, we want to see how we can navigate that delicate balance between tradition and innovation that confront the family businesses. Now, during the conference also, we have the opportunity of presenting two surveys. One that was conducted by LBS and administered on family businesses in Nigeria, and another that was conducted by McKinsey. The senior partner is there, Dr. Achaleke, who will be presenting that, which was administered on family businesses globally. We might see, the idea we should be able to see the link between the issues that are thrown up by these two surveys. So I'm confident that today's discussion will offer invaluable insights and solutions to the challenges that face African family businesses. Drawing from the expertise of our speakers, our keynote speaker, she doesn't require any further introduction. And by the time you look at the brochure and the program, you see the array of people we have put together. So they'll be able to do justice to that. So together, we'll be exploring the issue of succession planning and the issues around foresight and cultivation of legacy, a legacy-driven culture for family businesses. So we'd like us as family business owners to celebrate successes, learn from failures, and chart a course toward the future where family-owned enterprises endure and flourish for generations to come. We pray that this event may serve as a source of knowledge and inspiration and transformation for all in attendance. So, thank you for being part of this event. And so, collectively, we'd like us to embrace change as family business leaders that will foster growth and pave the way for future generations of African family business leaders. Let us, together, ascend the ladder of longevity with wisdom, foresight, commitment to excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nwuke. I'm sure we're all clear now and have a better insight in terms of what we're going to do today. And if you have a better understanding, can we give him another round of applause, please? And to help us to more or less expand or clarify, we have a keynote session with the team building a legacy beyond today's profit, charting the course from family enterprise to family institution, which means moving from Okenwuka Enterprises to maybe Ford or to maybe Stallion Group, as the case may be. He said he doesn't own a family business, so that means he has to start from the small one and now move to the bigger one. So, and I'm not sure we could have got a better person to give us this session. You know, some people, they don't send their profiles because their profiles are already public knowledge. Because they are well known. Anywhere you turn, you hear about them, you see them, you read about them. And I'm talking of no other person than Mrs. Ibukun Awashika. She's the founder and CEO of the Chair Center Group. I was talking to somebody and he said that Ibukun is a faculty member in LBS. I said no. He said that Ibukun is always in LBS. Everything people want to do is Ibukun. Anything you want to do, I said because of the impact she's making in Nigeria. So for those of you that know her very well, and for those that might be wondering why did we pick her to be the keynote speaker, she's an African entrepreneur, author, international leader, and global culture shaper. She's the founder of the Chair Group, a leading furniture and security system provider in Nigeria. She's also the founder of Ibukun Awashika Leadership Academy, the convener of International Women Leadership Conference in Dubai, and also the founder of the Christian Missionary Fund, a faith-based organization across Nigeria and to change life. And you know, sometimes when I start reading the profile, it might take the time she's going to use, but so I'm just mentioning but a few of some of the things that she's done. Let me also add that she's a woman of many feats. She's the first chairperson of the Nigerian National Advisory Board for Impact Investing, the first female chairperson of Nigerian Premier Bank, First Bank, the first Nigerian recipient of the President's International Women Entrepreneurship Challenge Award, and also the first African recipient of International Friendship Award 2019 by the Queen of Spain. There are too many firsts. So at the same way, she's the first keynote speaker for this conference. And we now invite Mrs. Ibuka Awashika to. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, LBS is home to me. So I'm an alum, a proud alum, and that's a story I tell everywhere in the world. And it's a part of, at a time when I wasn't sure what to do next with my business. I was in my 30s with a big vision in my heart and needing to learn more to help me sort of move the business to the next stage. Lagos Business School was where I went to. And I'm a proud member of the CEP9. And it really added a lot to my life because it was CEP9 and a workshop in Barcelona that made me then decide to go to IESE and get an MBA from IESE after that. But they prepared me for all of that learning. And I proudly serve on the Governing Council of Pan-Atlantic University, and I've proudly served on the advisory board of IESE Business School as well for the last 8 years. So yes, I'm always glad to be available for the school whenever is necessary. Now, we're going to have a short conversation, but I hope an honest one. And my topic, as I've been given by the school, is building a legacy beyond today's profit, charting the course from family enterprise to family institution. I think the first question to ask ourselves is, what do we call a family business? What is the enterprise and what is the institution? Because a lot of times, especially in our climate, we tend to think that if we're building a family business and it will remain to be called a family business, then it must be managed by family members. But I was just having a chat with Enase now, the Vice Chancellor of Pan Atlantic University, and I said to her, you know, the institution and the individuals, they're different. Every business has a visionary, someone who puts the seed in the ground, someone who starts the vision and watches it grow. But there's a stage at which it is irrelevant whether there are any members of the family in the business at all. Because you can build a business that is owned by the family, but is not family managed. Because they're two different things. That the business is managed by members of your family is different from the fact that it's family owned. And there are many businesses around the world that are global, and maybe today, the people who run it are not. In fact, the gentleman said something about Okeowunka Enterprise as compared to Ford. Ford and Okeowunka are the same because they're organizations named after individuals. But it's about what they have become and how they are run and they're established. So how do we go beyond the profit? It starts from the vision. What is the vision in the heart of the guy who started the business? And what is the vision that is established even as the business is being transited through different seasons? What is important? Because a lot of times we do not have clarity about why we started the business in the first place. Is it just to make money? Is it to provide for our family? Is it to keep our family name in the public eye as having done something? Or is it to build an institution that will create value for all times? Because depending on what your actual goal is, your line of action is different. The kind of decisions that you make is different. So it's the same reason as with partnerships, because there are also many family businesses that are partnerships, because they have partners that are investors in the business even from the beginning. But we don't spend enough time to clarify that we all want the same thing from the business. There are partnerships that are husband and wife, that are family businesses, that are spousal partners. But the question also is always, do we want the same thing? Some people just want to build a great name. Some just want to make money. If you want to make money, anything and everything is good, as long as it makes you money. If you just want your name to be popular, then you spend all your time with visibility and the noise making and all of that. Because that's your vision, that's what you want to sell. But if you want to build an institution, even from day one, you will pay attention to details. You will be clear about where you want to go. And that clarity is mobile in itself. Because over time, circumstances, environment will reshape, but your core vision will remain. And if you're able to clear that up, you will make the right decisions for the business at the right time. Now, a business that you set out from the onset to build, to become an institution, which means your goal is that it will outlive you. You will not run it with a sense of this is Nigeria. You can do anything. You can do it anyhow. Because it's the reason also many businesses have not transited generations. They were not structured to transit generations. And there are clear examples. There are cases, there are Nigerian cases that are being used in business schools. I don't know if LBS or Pan Atlantic University uses the Odutola case. Because when that case was being written, it was a case that was written by a mentee of mine when she was at Harvard. And I worked on the side with her in trying to put that case together with her professor in Harvard. Now, when I was growing up, if you're going on the Lagos-Ibadan road, not express road, you know, there was Lagos-Ijebu, the Lagos-Ijebu-Ibadan road when we were growing up. Most of your journey, you will see a massive plantation on the side. The rubber plantations that belonged to the Odutola family. And they had the tire industry, they had everything. This was a brilliant entrepreneur of his time, a man that built a massive industry that there is no reason why that organization and the core areas of their investment should not be competing with some of the biggest companies in the world. One of my habits as a young entrepreneur was always to buy volumes and volumes of books about successful entrepreneurs from around the world. I used to love to shop airport bookshops and find volumes of stories about entrepreneurs. So when you're reading about the Fords, the Sears, and all of that, you will understand that these were visions in the heart of individuals, but somehow they built it to transit beyond them. And in most of those organizations, there might not be one single family member who is involved in managing it. However, they could own shares in the company and they're shareholders of it or not. Because if it becomes a publicly traded company, depending on how they decide to keep it, then you can move on to become an institution that is even beyond the family institution itself. Now, what happened to like an Odutola and a few others like that? I think Ndidi Owuneli did a good job. There's a book that Leap Africa wrote about a few of those businesses, about 9 of them that we've had in the past, but that didn't survive. Why? What happened to the Odutolas? It was about the individuals. It was about superheroes. It was about businessmen who were the alpha and the omega of their ideas. They were the alphas and the omegas of their businesses. They built it in the color of themselves. They had many people that worked with them, but they worked for them. You know, because when you're building from an enterprise to an institution, you will not just have people that work for you, you will have people that are empowered to create value for you. People that can think, people that can innovate, people that can chart new courses, people that can bring new ideas, people that are free to express themselves, not just take instructions. Because typically, what we tend to do here, including when we bring our children into the business, is if the father is the one who started the business, our children are just meant to follow what we have done, to take instruction. That's not how I do it. That's not how your father does it. It's why most of the children do not want to work with their fathers. Because, in a sense, we burden them with our own vision and our own limitations. We burden them with how far we want to go or how much we know. And yet, we educate them, supposedly, to bring new knowledge, to be empowered to come into the business. But whether it's our children or other people that we employ, we're the same ones that put the wrong plug in to make it impossible for them to add value. So if we want to build from an enterprise to an institution, we must be properly articulated businesses. We must be properly structured businesses. If we're structured businesses with a vision, when we're looking for the people to take particular roles in our organizations, we're not looking for them because they belong to our family. We're looking for them because they're competent or not. Which means whatever role is open, we want the best person to be in that role in the interest of the company. Every limited liability company, even when it's family owned, is an entity in itself. And if we make it an entity, we give it a life of its own. Which means even though we're protectors, we're advocates, we have responsibility for it at that point in time, our responsibility is to serve the best interest of that institution. And in serving the best interest of that institution, we will make the best decisions for it. First, in finding the right talent for the positions that are open within it. 2, in setting up the right values. Now, this sounds simple, but I haven't seen one organization that is able to survive long-term that isn't based on the right values. If we build institutions and we forsake establishing the right values for the organization from the onset. You know, Yoruba people say, don't do as I do as I say. But you know, that's not true. Because if you're building an institution and you're doing something other than what you are saying, we all have these things, vision, mission, we have all sorts of things written down. But that's nothing. It's a worthless piece of paper. It's really in what we do. And the example certain is in the leadership of the organizations. And especially in a family business. If your son comes out of secondary school, and because he's your son, just by having your DNA, he becomes executive director, you already have a problem. Because what have we done? You have discouraged everybody else that works for you. You have told them the cap of their ambition within the business. You have told them they cannot go far. So if you want to build for the long term, and we want to transit from an enterprise to an institution, we must sit with ourselves and decide what is our long-term goal, what will serve the interest of that business, what is our vision for the business, and what are the ingredients that are critical to it. The main ingredients: vision. What is the market sector that we want to play in? To what extent? What are the values with which we want our businesses to run? And those must not be, people that work for you must not be confused about them. I'll tell you a story. So as a young woman, when I was starting business, this was before my 26th birthday, I said two things I will never do. I will never sleep with a man to get a job, nor was I ever going to pay a bribe for the business. It looked like foolishness in 1989, Nigeria, and people thought I was just some idealistic young woman. Can't go far in Nigeria with those things. But this was my belief, and that's what I wanted to build. That's the pattern I wanted to build on. And everybody that worked for me had to understand that. And the only way they understood it was that I had to live that example for them every day. They watched as people would come to us. I remember then at our Injola Emi showroom, people would come and they would love everything that we have. And then they would tell you to prepare an invoice for their organizations, whether public or private. And then when you finish preparing the invoice, they've negotiated a discount. And they then ask you that the discount they've negotiated plus extra should be written back into the invoice. And that when the money is paid, that portion of it will come to them for some other matters. And we'll say, oh, sorry, we don't do that here. And they'll look at you like, which planet are you from? Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? And we watched a lot of projects that we were best suited for walk out of our doors. And sometimes my staff would come and ask me, can we survive with these things? And I'll smile. There were two things they always took me up on. Those practices and paying duties for our shipments. At a point in Nigeria, duty on furniture was 100%. As painful as it was, I knew we didn't have a choice. I had said two things from the beginning. Those things were pillars for building. And along with that was my faith. And for me, that was not negotiable. And we would have to pay those 100% duties. It meant that our margins were small, but it also forced me to search for the most cost-efficient sources of materials for us so that I could still be competitive despite the cost structure that we had to deal with by paying the correct duties. And then, going back to my faith, it became for me a matter of saying, God, I do this because I believe in you. So you would give me the kind of turnover that my competitors can only dream of. So that my small margin multiplied by numbers will give me more profit than my peers. And my workers watched us labor through that. They would come. Can we continue to do this? And I said, yes, that's what we would do. But they also watched us continue to grow. And they watched us continue to prosper. And they watched us continue to be able to do things that some of our peers could not do. And then we had our victory moments. There was a year that there was a crisis in the country, and the government shut down the entire port system in Nigeria. You couldn't clear anything. Every container was locked into the port. You had to go to the port and clear your goods by declaring what was in your container. They did 100% examination of your shipment. And in doing 100% examination of your shipment, they will write the actual product, apply the right category of duty, and then there was a 50% penalty for every false declaration over the right duty that was applied. And a lot of companies went under forever and could never come back. But we had 10 containers at the port through that period. And every single one of our containers we could clear. And then market forces took over because a lot of people were stuck, but we went through the process and were able to get our goods out. In a market that had high demand and low supply, what do you think happens? Market dictates its own price. And we had to sell to a lot of our competitors to meet their own obligations to their clients. And some of those moments helped to establish the value of values within an organization to the people who work with me. And it made it easier for me at a point to say, I had told myself that by the age of 50, I was not going to be responsible for running the business. At 48, I asked a company to come in and restructure everything into the group and find the talents within and out to take over running the business on a day-by-day basis. And I sort of stepped aside and look at things from the outside from a point of strategy and new business. My point is, when we want to build, we must build with the right values. When we set the right values in, when grooms come, in the time and season when companies are searching for companies to invest in, what they are checking, your vision, your strategy, your values. And when they find the right practices in place, it becomes easier for you. I'll tell you another story that supports that. There was a point where Standard Chartered, globally, they have a provider for them in the furniture, for furnishing their offices all around the world. And the Nigerian office was not a part of that for a while. And then they wanted to reset and correct that. And this company had to find a local partner to work with in order to be able to execute on their behalf, because there were certain regulations that made it impossible for them to. And eventually, they told them that, look, there's only one company we think will fit all the things you have said. And that was us. I remember my team and I, there were 3 of us that went to meet their Middle East and Africa team in Dubai. And we had this was so many years back. And we had these meetings. And at the end of the day, I remember the vice president for Africa, Middle East, and Asia said, one of the things we thought would be most difficult for us for finding someone to work with in Nigeria is someone with the right values and practices. And it's amazing for us that this is the least of our problem in dealing with you. And then they sent a team. They took us to their factories in China, it's an American company, but with multiple productions around the world. And then they sent a team of 5 to Nigeria to come and visit our own factories in order to see our processes. By the time they were done, we had 1 or 2 machines that were ahead of theirs in terms of what we could do. And so it was not a problem for us to sign into that contract and become the local partner for the number 2 largest furniture company in the world, who was the provider for Standard Chartered at that point. If we're building institutions, it would not matter who is there. Have I built for my children? I don't believe in that, personally. Why? Because this is my vision, not my children's vision. My father didn't force me into his own vision. And our unfulfilled vision sometimes that we force our children into, we forget that they also have their dreams and their vision. They can serve the company in multiple ways. They can bring their talents and their learnings to serve on the board of your company at an appropriate time and add immeasurable value. The business can be OK and Co. without an OK inside, after OK has founded it. Because what OK has done is to establish a vision that runs, a vision that works, and to find the right talent. And yes, sometimes there will be those children who are the right ones for the company. And you will see them and you will know. And I learned this lesson from my Italian partner, because the Italians are the most established, I think, in family business practices. One of my biggest partners in Italy was a family business. Their father had 5 sons, and which is part of why we also must be careful about enforcing families into the business. Not because it's not a family-owned business. Then there's a difference between the two. It can be family-owned without being family-run. They had 5 sons, and they all, you know, the way the Italians do, their children from like 10, 12 start coming into the company over their summers to work, to sort of learn. And then they try to watch who is interested in what. In this particular case, the business is over 100 years old now. The 5 sons were in the business, and then they brought all their wives in as well. And then katakata burst. Because somewhere along the line, the wives caused a lot of problem, and the problem between the wives created a problem between the sons. And then they made a declaration that no wives will work in the business. They took out all their women. No wives will work in the business. Daughters of the family can work in the business, but no wives will work in the business. And one of the sons, because he was defending his own wife, decided he was going to leave. And they bought him out, and the other 4 sons remained. Now, the challenge sometimes is, yes, we might all be family members, but we have different talents. And so should the oldest be the managing director just because of age? No. Because he might not be market facing. He might not be good at engaging customers and doing the right things. He might be better at production, and therefore he serves more like a production or operations manager, because that's where his talent is. And he might be the youngest one that is best suited for facing the market. But in a family structure, that can be a challenge. And the politics and dynamics of family always comes in. But in building an institution, that should not be. What is important is, what is the right talent for the business? And is that right talent the youngest or the most senior? Or the cousin rather than the son? Because now, if the son or the third child becomes the MD, is it his own son that will take over, or the son of his brother who was operations manager? Many questions that come in. And the most dynamic for me is the husband and the wife part. When you have a husband and a wife partnership, it's very challenging. Someone is always making a huge sacrifice. And with all due respect, a lot of times it's the women. A lot of times it's the women. I counsel, I listen to a lot of stories. And you know, every time a woman works with her husband, she takes home to work, whether she likes it or not. Because she's never going to be able to look him in the eye and express exactly what she thinks in a meeting with other people there. Why? Culturally, honor and respect your husband becomes a code that then goes into the office space as well. So there are problems that comes along with it. So we must determine, look, when girls come to me and say, oh, I want my husband to sit or serve on the board of my company, I always smile. Because you need a certain level of maturity to do that successfully. You must understand exactly what you're doing, and you must be able to handle the home and the office in the office. Because it will come to you. And if you had a fight in the morning and you have a business meeting in the afternoon, so what will you do? How do you manage that? Because it creates different sets of challenges. I'll tell you a story as I try to wrap up. So I have this mentee, and she started this company, smart girl, brilliant. And her husband invested along with her, and about 4 of their friends invested in the business as well. She built this company, they have like 1,000 employees and everything and all of that. And one day she came to me and said, you know what my problem is? My husband is always against me in the meetings. He always stands with the other people, and I always feel as if I'm alone, and everybody is standing against me. So we went through, and I said, but he's thinking, and the guy is a very decent, right-thinking, brilliant guy. He's thinking for the business, and if he's saying something, he's probably saying it with the best of intentions. She said, but that's not how I feel. And I realized that it's so difficult to separate your emotions at the door, between the emotions at home and the emotions at work. And it's the same with fathers and sons. Even if your son is in the wrong in a meeting, you're going to be caught between your son and the other manager who might be speaking the truth or better skilled. So you must make those decisions as to why, which is also why it must be the best fit person that you give a position. Even within, if you want to build an institution, the emotion has to stay at the door. And the values that will give the company its ability to stand for the longest time is what must come to play. In this particular case of this lady and her husband, it became a real challenge. And I realized that the guy was trying to do the right thing, but she's his wife. She expects her husband to be in her corner. So I called him aside because he was someone who I had a good relationship with as well, without her ever knowing. And I said to her, your wife feels as if you stand against her. He explained to me, I said, I already know why you do what you do, and I know you're doing the right thing. But it doesn't change the fact that she would always feel like you're not on her side. And she needs you to be her husband, but you also need to be fair to the other investors, which is why you're doing what you're doing. So it's a catch-99. But you know what this gentleman did? He went and gifted his wife all his shares. So she became even stronger in the company than she was. And then he stepped out of the board. And then they could have an honest conversation as husband and wife at home as he consulted with her. And she could sit and take the company. And she's done an amazing job with it. Was her husband the problem? No. But her emotion was a challenge. And nobody bottles the emotion in. So it takes a lot for family businesses to remain focused on the right values and the right things, and to be able to make the right choices in order for the business to go forward. So what is my challenge to us? We must be clear about where we want to go. We must be clear about what we want to build. We must be clear about building for the long term, and we must be clear about building with the right values. And in building with the right values, we must find the right talents to do it. And those talents can be from our family, following the right tracks as they should. Because we don't help our children when they become executive directors that they're not prepared for. We actually destroy them. A lot of times, they get burnt out with those things because they don't have the maturity for the offices we give to them ahead of the time. If they walk through the ranks, everybody knows they will probably end up there, but let them compete with everybody else. Let them get there and know that, oh, I earned this. Let the people they have to work with have to respect them because they know that the boy is his rights, it's his father's business, but he's good. You can work with him, you can trust him, you can respect him, and you can build with him. Because there isn't one single family business that can be built just by the family members. No matter how small, there will always be some other people who will have to add value to your family business for it to transit beyond the emotions of the family to become an institution that is based for the long term on the right things that would help it to stand. For us as a nation, we can't afford to lose one. Not one enterprise that is started should we lose. If this whole family business initiative is taken down and up at the highest level, more businesses will survive in Nigeria. And when they do, more jobs will be kept. Because what we do every day with losing organizations as huge as Odutola and Co. is we lose jobs and we're replacing them. They're new enterprises, but instead of adding to the jobs, we are replacing jobs simply because we haven't paid attention to teaching the right things to help businesses build for the long term. And it shouldn't start later. It should start from the beginning. So if Enterprise Development Center is training its entrepreneurs, it should be part of it. If they have the right values to build on from the onset, the parameters they will set, their measures, their goals within the businesses will be the right ones. It would give them a higher chance to build and build for the long term, whether with their children, their cousins, whoever. But on the long term, it's about building institutions that can face all seasons and stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Awoshika. Please, that clap, I don't think is... In my mind, that deserves a standing ovation, but I will not bother you to do that. But thank you so much. It's always a delight to listen to Mrs. Awoshika. The way she delivered the keynotes with a lot of stories. She was not reading from anything. You know someone that knows it. Can we give her another resounding round of applause? Thank you. There are so many words that just kept buzzing, and I hope you were taking notes and you were recording, because this is something that you always come back to. I heard a lot around vision. She would have said it more than 100 times. A lot around values. And she talked about the right talent. So family businesses, and she said you don't have to hand over to your first son or first daughter, or even your son for that matter. There's something she said about it's your vision, not necessarily theirs. So you've sent them, you've trained them, and you're trying to force fit them into that your vision. There's so much we want to do to build institutions. So if your interest is just about building for now, maybe that's the right to go. But with LBS, with this initiative, is about building institutions. And can we please give her another round of applause? Thank you so much, Mr. Awoshika. So we have a few minutes for very few questions. If you have questions that you want to direct at our keynote speaker, please can you indicate? We have some mics in the room. So I'd like to know those that have questions so that we can manage our time. I can see two ladies, 1, 2. Please, if you have questions, just raise your hands up. I can only see 2 from where I am. 3, okay. Please, can we give the lady in white the mic? Let's start with that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kemi Ojenike. I'm a family wealth advisor at the Meristem Family Office. And I have 2 very brief questions. The first one is this. Ma, you spoke about the superhero complex that sometimes founders struggle with, where the business is built around them and they are the alpha and omega of it. And sometimes we find that that posture is based on fear. There are times when they have labored for years. They've struggled to build this entity that is now flourishing. And they are actually genuinely afraid to hand it over. What if something goes wrong? There are other times when they have actually tried to do so and they've been burnt. So how, in your view, do you think that they can overcome this fear of failure after years of labor? And my second question, yes, children do not have to be part of the business, but there's something that has made the founder successful. There are a set of values, their experiences, and so on. How, in your view, do you think those values can be transmitted to the children such that the children can be successful even if they are not part of that business and they choose to do something else? How can that vision be taken and embodied in a manner that is replicable by the future generation? Thank you.
Okay, so, life is full of fears. We would be afraid to go out in the morning because a car is going to run into our car. And yesterday, some truck or vehicle or Sunday ran into on 3rd Mainland Bridge. So that's part of life. However, what we do, which I can see Archer here, but that's what the McKinseys of this world do, which we all do in our small ways, is you put your best foot forward if you know where you're going. What does that mean? If you have labored to build this vision, to be honest, if you were building right from the onset, you would not have been the only one that labored in the business. There would have been people that labored alongside you along the way. 2, if you allow yourself to have some level of clarity about what you want to do, and you're honest about what you need. You see, especially for small, medium-sized businesses, we tend to employ who is available rather than who is competent and capable. Because if you love this business so much, the first thing you do for any role where you need to employ for is define what the job is. And when you define what that job is, your responsibility to that business, if you know you're building an institution, is to take the emotions out. It's not your wife's brother, your friend's cousin, your neighbor's child, your colleagues, somebody, which we do a lot, especially in family businesses. People tend to look down at the family business and think it's a place where you can dump people into. Now, you are the one that has the responsibility to make sure that you haven't defined what you need. You must shop around until you find the right talent for it. That's one. When you find the right talent also, we also tend to be, especially family businesses, smaller size, we tend to be tight-fisted about paying the right wages too. Now, if you are building with a vision for the long term, what you want to do is to pay the right wage for the right talent, because then you will get the kind of value that you're seeking to help you build the kind of company that you want. And okay, let me go back to my faith and forgive me. The Bible says, having done what? All. So all you can do is do the best to find the right people for the right position within your organization, and you let them work. Even multinationals hire wrong sometimes. And sometimes people come into the job and they don't pan out as they looked. When they do, what do you need to do? You must have the courage to fire. And you must have the courage to hire the right people and take out the emotions out of it. And do that because if the business is core to you, then you will pay attention to those things and you will make the commitment to protect what you've built. Life is a risk. Business has its risk, but that's something we have to do. Now, talking about teaching values. Honestly, we can speak our values to our children or to our workers, but it's about what they see us do more. So if we hold certain values to be there and important, we must leave it within the organization. And if we leave it within the organization, we set the example that people tend to follow. There will be many moments for you to do alternatives, to do other things. If they see you never forsake what you have said to be true, you will find that they also will follow you. Example setting is important no matter the size of the organization. From a multinational to the smallest company, what they see leadership do is what will corrupt the system or build the system. I have seen it. If you walk into an organization, even if you consider them to be in such a bad state, when you start setting the right examples, you would see the good people within them emerge from the woods. People who always wanted to do those things, but didn't have an environment where they could breathe. So yes, you can do that in the way you live, with your children by the example and your nurturing, in your organization by your example and your nurturing as well. And obviously, all of these can become procedures within your organization. What you set as your processes and your operational practices can embellish all of those values into it and help you to secure and build it for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So leave the emotions at the door, focus on the values, and then we have to leave the values by example. So we take the second question. Yes, please. And then we'll take the second and the third so that she can answer once. I believe there's no other person that has a question. If you do, please raise your hands or forever hold your peace. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Violet Abdulkadri, and thank you so much, Ma, for your inspirational talk and all that. I really appreciate you. All you said is true about building the right culture, the value, and all that, which is, I run a small company, I would say a medium-sized company. But what I've seen that is the greatest challenge for me as a person is getting the people to follow the SOPs that have been laid down. There's this general attitude of people always trying to jump processes and run into problems. So I don't know how to achieve this, to get people to be that disciplined, to consistently follow processes so that we can build an enduring institution. So I don't know if you have something, maybe a nugget you can give to me that will help in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So take the third question.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Theodore Brown. I'm a student of LBS, the full-time MBA 21 cohort, and I'm very honored to be here. So my question is, how do we, so basically what I want you to do, Ma, is to give me strategies or best practices that can help navigate a family business. So I am not working in a family business. I just incorporated a company in January, and I'm hoping that it turns out to be a family business. So I'm just thinking, what are the best practices that we can use to navigate the problems that come from family dynamics in the family business? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe before she answers and before we hand over the mic, EDC will be your best friend, and the Family Business Initiative also will be your best friend. So you're already a member of the family, so you have all of this access. So there's a gentleman at the back.
Yeah. Hello.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that insightful keynote. My name is Emmanuel Paul, and I work with MoneyPoint. My team and I worked on a case study on family businesses, and we kind of found some interesting insights, which you have kind of cemented here today. So one thing we found was a lot of these businesses are in the informal sector. They're not formally registered. And I think my question ties into what has been asked already. But how do we take them from a lack of structure, of reluctance for digital adoption, to a place where there's structure? And I know it's, it seems a lot of these people know that, hey, there should be structure, there should be defined parameters for who should be involved in the business and who should not be involved in the business. But at the end of the day, you talk to some of them and they will be like, it's family. At the end of the day, it's still family. What are you going to do? So, yeah, I just thought to ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? None. Thank you. So, Mr. Woshika, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, the lady that asked about the SOP, your people, look, a lot of times, especially with medium-sized businesses, we might have consequences on paper, but we tend never to implement consequences. So if you have procedures and your people do not act according to that, are there consequences for their actions or inactions? If people don't, if something doesn't cost you anything, then you don't have any reason to think you have to do it. So if you set the processes, and for everything that they do or do not do, there are consequences, then you would see that when it costs, sometimes you fire people just to teach everybody else a lesson. I'll tell you a story. So I remember when I was in the ASA, we had organizational management or something, and then I told them the story of firing my entire factory one day, and everybody was aghast. But I was a 20-something-year-old girl who had 27 men working for me. As far as they were concerned, I was some girl. 90% of people that worked with me were older than I was at the point in time. And these are carpenters, they're skilled men, and they just thought, you know what? So we just done salary increments or something, and they thought that the increment I gave was not enough, and they wanted to punish me. I was pregnant with my first child, you know, and all of that. And we were in the middle of a project, and the project owner gave us 1 week earlier than 1 week later than they needed it as the delivery date, and that's what we worked with. Then I went to site to check something, and they told me they were expecting us to deliver that weekend. And I said, no, the date you gave us is the week after. They said no. Anyway, the customer is always right. So I had a good problem in my hand. I went to the factory, got there about 5 p.m. in the evening, and told everybody, I know tomorrow was a Muslim public holiday for Salah like this. And I said, I'm going to pay you extra, but I need everybody to work through the weekend so we can meet this delivery. Otherwise, we will mess up this company, and all that. And they thought it was the right time to punish me for not doing what they wanted. So they threatened the others that nobody must show up, so that I will be compelled to have to give them the salary increment. Anyhow, I carried my big tummy around the whole of Bakbajao and found workers from different carpentry shops around and got people into my factory to work throughout that weekend for us to deliver on Sunday, because that company had a project that was starting on Monday. And then I made sure that everybody's sack letter was waiting for them on Monday. And when they got to work on Monday, they got their sack letters, and then Wahala started. Of course, they wanted to eat me alive. Anyway, I came to the factory, and they locked me up in the factory. And I said to them, I'm firing everybody. Anyway, eventually, we resolved it, but I fired 2 people. Who were the 2 people? The ringleaders who led the mutiny. And then everybody else had to reapply for their job, and their records were starting afresh. It was on my terms. Now, why did I have to do that? I was a girl. I was younger than most people that worked for me. If they ever got control on that day, I had lost control forever. And there would have been no consequence for what they'd done, and they would do it to me again. From that day, everybody got the message, because they were sure that there's no way I would fire anybody. But I did. Did I plan to fire everybody to go? I knew we would find a solution, but I had to take the action to make the point. So if we have systems that we've set up, we must hold people accountable for it. And where they do not meet those responsibilities, there must be consequences. And sometimes, I keep saying, put the emotions at the door. We're too emotional in this country about decision making, and it gets in the way of whether it's business or corporate organizations. Emotions plays too much at the table, and it causes problem. Now, in terms of building family businesses, what you need is a how-to-do entire workbook. Like she said, go to EDS. And since you're EDC, and since you're already an MBA student at the school, I'm sure your entrepreneurship course and some of your courses will cover it. I can't tell you in 2 seconds in a session like this. Now, the young man wanted to know about how to help people. Honestly, if you want to change people's habit, show them a value that is greater than what they have from what they do. So if you're doing that, look for either those people themselves or their next generation and share some value from doing things right that will translate into money for them. When you show people where the money is in a process or a change, you would see that they respond to it. Most of the time, even when they say it's family, it's because they've never quantified the cost of some of the things that they do based on those principles. And for them, it will be incremental. So you cannot do it overnight. You're going to pick certain things, and you're going to find a way to communicate that to them and communicate the value and let them see that value. When they begin to see it, then they will trust what you're saying, and you can continue to engage in stages. And hopefully, we can build more sustainable family businesses in Nigeria. One day I went to a seaside in countryside UK, and I saw just a shed in, I think it's Folkestone, by the water, from 18-something. What did they do? Seafood, grilled in this, I don't know how to, but like a trailer. But proudly, the business had been on in their family from 18-something. And the guy who was running it now was next generation of that business. But they hadn't grown more than that. But they had maintained their value and reputation of what they delivered, enough that people would swear by them There must be something and a way they're doing it. You know how they say there are family recipes for some things, that you won't buy one puff-puff until you get to a particular place to buy the puff-puff. And if you go there 20 years after and it still tastes the same, then you know they've managed to communicate the recipe to the next generation. We must find how we do this. Otherwise, we can't build the scale we need and the number of family businesses that must survive for Nigeria to find work for the number of young people that we're breeding every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The value of values cannot be overemphasized. And then she talked about bringing this back to nation building. We cannot afford to lose any more businesses, because when we lose one business, you're losing jobs, you're losing livelihoods. Thank you so much. Before you leave the stage, I'm going to please invite our dear Professor Enase, please, to present a plaque to her. And then we'll also invite, after the plaque presentation, the Dean of Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Obeche, and Dr. Okenwuke. Please, let's join her for a group photograph. Thank you. The plaque presentation first. Let's give her a resounding round of applause. Thank you. As she takes her seat, we'd like to acknowledge our sponsors. Without them, we would not have had this conference. So please watch the screen as we play some of the adverts for our sponsors. Thank you.
thus saving on electricity consumption. Our Our ultra-modern classrooms are equipped with the best facilities to accommodate traditional and hybrid learning for our MBA, DBA, and executive programs. The classrooms are Wi-Fi enabled, just as the rest of the school. The layout of the classrooms currently complies with COVID-19 regulations.
Nestav is setting a new standard in aviation excellence. From our base in Lagos, your journey begins. Relax and unwind in our VIP lounge and stylish bar, designed for your comfort. Experience a seamless check-in and customs process before and after your flight. VIP passenger handling, in-flight catering, crew rest areas, hotel bookings, and transportation are some of the many ways we strive to meet your needs. The operations of our state-of-the-art hangar are focused on safety and excellence, deploying the latest technology to ensure our esteemed clients travel in comfort and style. Our highly specialized team are proud of our customer-focused culture to ensure you a seamless domestic or international journey. Nestav, setting a new standard.
Thank you to all of our sponsors. Please, can we put a round of applause together for them? Without them, this conference would not have been a reality. So we'll move very quickly to the next program. If you look at page 10 on the program before you, we are moving to the first panel discussion. The topic, Navigating Succession Dynamics in African Family Businesses, Balancing Tradition and Innovation. I would invite on stage the moderator for the panel, and he will introduce other members of the panel. Mr. Shegun Showande, Senior Partner and Head, Strategy and Market Sector, KPMG. Can we give a round of applause to him as he takes the stage? Thank you. Please, can we clap? Are we already tired of clapping? Thank you. It's not easy to get people up here to lead conversations that we're going to learn from. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first panel session we're going to be having as part of this very important, program for today. The panel is going to be Navigating Succession Dynamics in Tradition and Innovation. And to, help us, do justice to this very important topic, we have a very distinguished panel that comprises of a very good balance of founders of businesses as well as second generation, participants in businesses. So I'll very quickly invite to the stage our first panelist, Mr. Rashid Sarumi, who is the Group Managing Director of Saro Africa. Mr. Sarumi, please. And a round of applause for him. Next, I'll invite Engineer Igwan Okai-Sabo, the MD CEO of Construction Kaiser Limited. A round of applause for him, please. Next, I'd like to invite, the Amazon in our midst, Mrs. Uzoma Ezeoke, the Executive Director, Emzo Pharmaceuticals. A round of applause for her, please. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Samuel Maduka Onishi, MON, the chairman, Peace Mass Transit Limited, and Chancellor of Maduka University. A round of applause for him. And last but not the least, let us welcome Mr. Ikechukwu Eyisi, Executive Director, Sims Nigeria Limited. A round of applause for him, please. Please, let's clap for him as he comes on board. Before I join them on the panel, on the sitting down, just listening to the keynote address seemed like we actually have all the answers, at our fingertips. However, seated with us for this panel are founders. The three founders who are on the panel have run their businesses for over 30 years. And they are actually at the stage where transition is definitely of crucial importance. And managing that succession is going to be very important to them. And like I did mention, the two other, second generation participants have also spent, decades within their businesses. And in fact, not only are they the second generation, but they are actually in the process of now onboarding the third generation, preparing them to actually get interested in the business. So we look forward to a very interesting session. So let's just sit down and enjoy this. All right, thank you very much, and welcome, dear panelists. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Just to kick off, I will just start with Mr. Okaisabo, and then just to get everyone, warmed up for the conversations we're going to be having. So we've listened to the keynote address, and, vision, talent, and of course, the issue of values, extremely important for businesses. But also, there's a quote which I'd like to make that just set the tone. Alan Crosby, right? He's an author of the book, Don't Leave It to the Children. And he said something. He said, the point of succession, right, of a family business is very much like the company. We had the whole context around, the visionary, right? The visionary, a burden or a privilege. Let me hand over to you, Engineer Okaisabo. Initial remarks just on this subject. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. When I listened to Ms. Awoshika speaking, I was just smiling because entrepreneurs have similar stories. If it just felt like I was talking with her, telling my own story too. So, my father was a civil engineer. He graduated some 70 years ago, and he used to handhold me to take me to sites. That's how I developed my own interest. So, I'm telling my own stories so that you understand how they key into what we're discussing here. So I developed interest. And when I was even going to study engineering, he wanted me to study electrical. I said, no, I want to study civil. I love civil. I got to love it because of what I saw him doing. When I started Construction Kaiser about 31 years ago, I took a decision that I was going to do my business ethically, and my business would outlive me. And that shaped all the decisions I took along the way. Anytime I want to take a decision, I ask myself, does it fulfill these two things that I set out for? So that's why I was smiling when you were talking, because we have similar values, we have similar stories. Here's the twist in mind. Construction, as we know, is a male-dominated profession. but I have 3 daughters. Makes it very interesting, right? So, how do we do it? My daughter graduated as an industrial engineer some years ago. Funny enough, even though they're women, but I have 2 women in tech, one in engineering, one in technology. And then I said, so what do you want to do? Do you want to come back home, or do you want to do a master's, or do you want to come into the family business? She laughed. She said, Daddy, you have always told me since I was born that I should go and chart my own path in life. That your business is your own dream. I should go and look for my own dream. And now I was now wondering whether I made a mistake. So that's it. Now, succession. The person, the ideal candidate must get it, want it, and have the capacity to do it. If my dream is to have a business that outlives me, should I go and bring a child who doesn't get it? Who doesn't want it? Or who doesn't have that capacity to? They destroy my dream and everything will come to zero. So let's get that straight. The children will always represent the family interests. They will always be there to represent. But do they have to run the business? Maybe not. Now, Prof, and I say my dear classmate from primary school. You know I used to teach you in primary school. You know that now. But you are the one teaching me now. Okay. We'll settle that matter. Now, your inaugural lecture, you said something that we cannot be targeting this demographic of people and we don't have them represented on the board. Do you remember? This year, I brought my 3 children on board. My first daughter is on the board of Construction Kaiser. My second daughter, who is in tech, she's on the board of Kaiser Development. And the third one, who studied community youth and education, she's in the foundation. And I tell you, the first board meeting, I was shocked at what my daughter said. So that means I've been underrating her. She has something to give to the business. But am I going to bring her now and make her MD of the business? Of course not. We have to look for the right person who can do it, who wants to do it, and who has the capacity to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we get an extra mic? Such that so that we can actually help this process. So, okay, thanks. Okay, that's fine. So maybe we should hand over to Mr. Sarumi to give his opening remarks.
I don't think succession is that difficult. I think I have a different school of thought on family business. I think it doesn't start with the business, it starts with the family. First, a family that has a structured governance, where they have some set of rules guiding them, loosely referred to as family constitution, already dictates what is acceptable, what is not acceptable in the family. The family constitution dovetails into family members working in the business. For families in business, the first thing they need to know is not about their children working in the business. They need to be very clear about that. For families in business, their first rule is to have a cohesive family on some set of rules. Secondly, to ensure that the children could become responsible owners of the business. Ownership and managing the business are 2 separate things. They cannot be merged. Now, for family members who want to work in the business, there is also a set of rules that would have been set forth in the family governance structure. One of them in my family is, first, you must be 26, at least 26. You must have worked for at least 5 years outside, right? And part of your work would have been in a top firm, such that when should you choose to join the family business, you will have what is called a credibility pedigree, right? And that helps. And of course, you are not coming to the board, neither are you coming to be a director, right? If you are taking a salary cut like my son did, the family fund, which is part of the family governance structure, will pay the difference because of what you are earning. So I mean, if the family governance is sorted, then you can have a business that will be able to live from one generation to the other. Of course, I didn't start the business. My daughter will always say, you know, you are not that smart. Your mother started the business. True, you know. And though my business, offshoot of my late mother's business, but I've been running the business for 33 years. I expect a few of them, one son is saying, I'm not even coming to this business. I don't even like you. I can't even be in the same room with you. It's correct. But when we have the family council, he reads, he asks questions, very different, and is able to provide a perspective. His responsibility as a family member and as a future owner of the business. From the family governance point of view too, kids are not just gifted shares. There's nothing so-called. They have to earn it. And they have to know that the ownership of the business is entrusted in the matriarch and the patriarch of the family, for which they are ready to transfer at a point in time that they deem it fit, right? The family constitution also has several funny things like spousal rights, for example. You must sign a prenup. Is one of my family members put in the family constitution before you can attend the family council and stuff. So I'm an apostle of structured family governance. Now, when we talk about business, the fundamentals of business is the same. Smart people must be in the business. They must be well rewarded. They must be well led. Everything that has been said today, and your children succeeding you, it's out of the place. It's not even the issue. However, the one that chooses to work in the business can actually add a whole lot of value by doing what? Because family members or family-owned businesses, where are they better than non-family-owned businesses? We have seen this study, right? When external environment is very harsh, family businesses will go and take their reserve to support the business to weather the storm, thereby protecting jobs, protecting livelihood, and in turn protecting their legacies. So family members who choose to work in the business will also do the extra mile for the business, right? So they will carry the business properly when they have the right to lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Critical points that have been emphasized. Family governance, extremely important. Clarity in terms of defining who comes into the business, criteria, qualification, very, very important ones. As I hand over to Mrs. Uzoma, is it okay? You know, I want to shape the way I want you to more or less kick this off. You have been the beneficiary of a successful transition, succession, as it were, you know. And, you know, as you talk through what that journey has been, would like to get the perspectives from, you know, sibling partnerships, you know, how siblings have been able to work together. And of course, you know, what we call the cousin confederation, meaning the next generation, how we are actually putting them together to, you know, show interest in the business, or what are we doing to prepare them to just get them into the business? Over to you.
Good morning, thank you. If I may. Okay. It's coming in and out. Is it okay now? Thank you so much. I feel like a parent with 20-something-year-old children attending a training for people with toddlers. I'm banging my head thinking, oh my goodness, where was all this knowledge when mine were coming up? I think I can speak. My older brother is actually here, so I think I'll take some liberty in talking about our shared experience. I have to be guarded and also, mindful at the same time. We fell into the business. There was no plan for us, so. We were never invited. Neither of us returned back to Nigeria immediately after university. I never got a call to join the family business, which was founded by our mother. Occasionally, an aunt or an uncle will say, "What are you wasting your time? What are you doing over there? You won't come back and help your mother." But personally, in terms of having an understanding that we were ever planned for or expected in the business, I never had a sense of that. My brother and I have had that conversation, and we think that's quite peculiar. We can hear great intention, family trusts, articulated structure. So how did I come to join the business? It's a pharmaceutical firm, EMZO. I had studied pharmacy, but I was very happy working outside of industry. I'd done my rotations and never envisaged that I would work in manufacturing, zero interest. But I'd come for what I thought was a little peak, just to become familiar. And as can happen sometimes when you're a very trusting founder and run the business with your gut and your instinct, which are doing great things for you, sometimes there are gaps. The areas that you need to shine a light on. And I think we can agree that sometimes when there are dark areas anywhere, they're not always filled with good things. In our context, people will take advantage of gaps in structure, and I saw some of that. So I thought I was just sticking my nose in for a little bit just to, help put a few things in place, and I'm still here. Now, for my brother, who is the chairman of the board, I think our mother deployed local sense. If I look at his career trajectory, the pay cut, there's no family trust to make up for that level of pay cut that he would have to take. He was tracking very well in his career, and then also not a scientist or a pharmacist he studied engineering and then migrated into finance and IT. So there was really no segue, apparently, to come in. So I think she, as I said, used local sense and did what you're saying shouldn't be done, which is appointed you or, board chair. And I think that was compelling. I think she understood your psyche and the fact that you could contribute immensely from that position. I'm more of a hands-on work in the business type of person, but that's not you. When Mrs. Owoshika was speaking, I think we talked about managing directors not necessarily being the oldest or coming from the family. And we leaned in and had a little bit of side talk and said that would have been our younger brother who's passed on. He's the most, in terms of personality and everything else, you would imagine an MD would embody. That was him. So ours was sort of accidental. So don't despair, I guess would be my message. Founder energy is so strong. I have to keep reminding myself when people make natural comparisons. It was a struggle because my mother is very effervescent. Her personality is larger than life. You can call her up, give her a speech, and she'll just roll, and it'll be 10 times better than what you've written. So I needed to make a distinction to be able to work in the business, which was to understand the role of the founder, the energy of the founder, and then the work of legacy. So on my tough days, I would go and talk to myself and remind myself, you're the keeper of the legacy. It's not sexy work, and nobody says thank you. So suck it up and get on with it. And it really gave me a sense of mission, because part of the work for legacy in a firm like ours that was not as clearly defined, the essence is there, but the articulation to where, you write the vision down and the herald can run with it, that was not in place. So I have the rare privilege, alongside my brother and other people who are working with us, of doing that work now. So it's interesting, not to despair. You might, get it right at the beginning, or you might recreate and reinvent in the middle. But I think the thing is to understand your role and fearlessly commit to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very powerful perspective she's actually brought to the table. Recall, as Mr. Awoshika was talking about, where are those giants of yesteryears? And there are many family businesses that have started or they're already in the process of transition and may not have defined with clarity the vision or have started with clear values and things like that. You can actually start at some point. It's the intentionality of knowing this is the right path to go for success and then getting on that bus. So thank you very much for that perspective. So I'll move on now to Dr. Maduka specifically. Now, Dr. Maduka, you have had the privilege, like you right? I mean, we've had some pre-conversations, and indeed, you have not only built a successful business, you have established a university. And you're also in the process of actually planning, the succession arrangements for your children. One very important perspective that I think you've shared is, look, founders, next generation are in different cycles of life, grew up under different circumstances. Can you share your experience on how you're approaching succession, taking into consideration these differences in when you were growing up and building the business vis-a-vis the world in which your children have actually grown?
Yeah, thank you. I come from a background of lack. I lost my father when I was 12, and I was the first out of 7 children. And my mother was a normal housewife. So it was difficult rounding off my secondary school education. When I did, I couldn't continue. So I became a bus conductor. I was a bus driver. I sold second-hand clothes. I traveled all over Nigeria in doing that business. And at a point, I became a motor spare parts dealer. I made some savings and went back to school after 13 years because I love education and I wanted to be a graduate. So I went back to school after 13 years and I had a savings of 260,000 and I used that to buy 2 buses. So while I was in school, I was driving. I stopped driving 26 years ago in 1998. I'm a professional driver. And in doing that, before I left secondary school, I had grown my business to about 45 buses. So after leaving university, as a young graduate, I now consolidated on the transport. And God helped me. I was able to build that business and got to the heights where I felt I had done well and I should be thinking of how to pass on to the next generation. And my children, nobody had ever asked them to leave school because there was no school fees, or they never ate twice because there was no food in the house. And I happen to be in road transport. So road transport is a different kind of business. It's not something that anybody can just come in and say, I want to do transport. And it's not something you study in any university. You must be you must have a lot of street sense to do road transport business. And I felt that my children may find it difficult to fit in there properly because I used to bring them around anyway. But it was clear that they didn't have the background that I had. What made me tick in transport is because I was a driver. So they don't have any story to tell me. We settle the score on the road if you like it that way or in the motor park. So it's not like I'm waiting for tomorrow or to call any lawyer or to go to any court. We just finish it there and I collect my money. So my children have gone to school in sophisticated universities, one of the best in the world. in China, in Europe, and in America. I say, no, I can't see these guys coming to do this, to fight with these my drivers. Let me better look for something that I can hand over to them. So I ended up, I'm into oil. I have a local plant. I have a chemical plant. I'm also into chemicals production. And then a few other things anyway. But majorly, I decided that the best way to thank God and to thank nature for what they have done to me is to invest in the education industry. And then I ended up taking up the task to put up a complete set of schools, from primary to secondary to university and then the rest of them. And I told my children, because I am now preparing them to play in that area, in that new area. So I said, the minimum education in my house is a PhD. So in my house, the minimum is a PhD. So wherever you are, if you end up working in the transport, you can also play a role in the school. If you end up working in the chemical plant or in the oil blending plant, you can also play a role in the school. So wherever you are, if you are in America, you can play a part in the school, because technology has made it easy for us so that children can partake in running the school from anywhere in the world. So if you are in China, that is great, because as I speak, one of them is still in China anyway. So for today, 5 of them have graduated, and 5 of them made first class. They are different schools. Yeah. One had finished her PhD. The others are still running, and then my first child is here with me, because I said, come and listen so that you'll also learn. Let it not be that only dad is saying this thing, you know, because in my house, business is business, family is family. She's managing one of our businesses, and I told her, anytime I do anything with you, let me just see my change. You don't keep this. We're not being, yeah. You know, so the change, you just, of course, anybody in my family knows that for me, you must return my change. Yes, you must, yeah. And I always remind them that the business is for me and my wife. So that's why I can afford to use everything I've worked for to build a university. I've given them the best of education, so go and sort yourself. If you end up coming to be part of this school, good and fine. If you find a different way somewhere, good and fine. But for me, I think that the sure rich people, the sure wealthy people are those who are very, very educated. I've been in business, and I've found out that a lot of businesses, after some time, go down. But those who go to school and get up to PhD, they are rich forever. Wallahi. They are rich forever, but they'll be telling us, you know, I'm in civil service, they're following education. It's a lie. Look at the number of people that did business with me. How many of us are successful? Then look at those that took the route of education. All of them are professors today. Because if you can get your PhD before the age of 30, even if you're in school, you become a professor before you get to 45. And you are wealthy forever, for life. With all those your business and all those your money, where are your children? Those that you said are not in business, they give their children the best of education. They have the best. They live better life, better quality of life, sustained all through. But those in business, at a point, you can begin to collapse. One single government policy can change everything you have done for your life. So I said education is the way to go.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every family, every business is unique. You've seen one family, you've seen one business. You've seen 1,000, you've seen 1,000 different businesses. So the context and circumstances of every family is unique. And you have to chart a path that is actually best suited for your own family and the family business. Thank you very much, Dr. Onyeshi. Now, on to my dear brother, Ikechukwu Eyisi, ED Sims, Nigeria Limited. You know, you've had the benefit, you've again, another successful transition where you are now integral with the business. Can you share what that succession journey was like for you, on the one hand, and how your siblings have actually been drawn into the business, or what are the dynamics? And as you speak to that, Mr. Sarumi mentioned something around family governance. How it panned out, in your own family context?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, Shane. For me, family business is a case of bitter, sweat, and sweet. So, in all of this, as far as there's good communication, there's tolerance, there's perseverance, a lot of learning. Definitely the sweet would outweigh the bitterness and the sweat. So I joined the family business. I actually didn't plan. It's just that I ended up felt like, okay, my dad has made the sacrifice for me and my siblings. Let me come back and join him. And I joined a business where, he's very conscious of cost. And this is someone who stopped in primary school and has been able to build a successful business for more than 21 years. Before I joined, this was like 17 years ago. So obviously, I joined a business that was doing well, but not properly structured. So in trying to work with him to put structures in place, he's looking at you like, okay, we need to create departments. It's like, okay, that's how money goes. Everything is like, oh, you try to get this done. It's like, oh, that's how money goes. But then is a situation of trying to communicate and letting him understand why certain things have to happen. And then that tends to start to happen in most cases. And is a situation whereby, okay, in our culture is a lot of respect. And he's my father and he's my boss. So you have to find how to manage that mix. And okay, I have to listen to him. And I also have to be able to tell him the right things as someone who's trying to contribute to the business. But the relationship has been great. None of my siblings, unfortunately, want to be part of what we're trying to do. So they figure that it's a lot of hassle trying to join you guys. But on the family governance side, it's something that we're still working on. Like you said, it doesn't, even if it's not set up, because everything is a work in progress. You try to see how you put things together, because a family who lives together and is happy together, then definitely business will be impacted positively. So siblings are now part of the business, but we're now trying to make efforts to bring them in, even if they are not actively in the business. They still have something to contribute from the other side. So that's the way it's been working.
Thank you very much, Ike. He's brought in a flavor, right? Which is the emotions of the father-son relationship. So it's a parent, child relationship, and how that tends to get in the way. And one insight which I think I draw from what Ike just said is just that whole perspective of, the next generation, as you get into the business, working with the founder or the older generations to actually bring in change that reflects the world in which you are, all the learnings that you have actually had, and how do you actually start to bring that on board. Thank you very much. Now, so I will come back to Uzoma now. Specifically, right, there are expectations that, the second generation have. And from your own experience, like you rightly said, it happened. It kind of happened. It wasn't planned, meticulously. But what are some of those expectations that you've had to wade through and deal with, And as you think about your own children, that's the founder's grandchildren now, what are the kinds of differences you are seeing in terms of the expectations you had vis-a-vis the expectations that, the next generation, the digital generation, what their expectations really are? What nuggets do you have to share with us in terms of lessons?
Okay, I think if you're talking about expectations, you need to be mindful about avoiding entitlement. There are times when, especially perhaps a younger cohort of managers within the company, we may want to take a different approach than how we feel the MD might look at something. And people are very naughty. I mean, let me use that word kindly. So I know often people are watching me keenly to see how I handle things when they don't go my way. You know, they're watching for entertainment or something more sinister sometimes, looking to break you down. So a phrase I've used is, she is the MD, it is her company, and she gets to cast the vote. And I say that from my heart. When Mrs. Awashika was talking, so I keep referencing because there were so many nuggets, but I asked myself, so in this business of transition or succession, what are going to be my tenets? Have I defined them? And then I realized something came to the top. Number one was a little bit of what, you know, Ike was talking about. I'm not going to wrestle for this. You know, there's no prize that is acceptable that does not harness her joy. There's no bottom line gain or new strategy that would be worth the cost of knowing you've taken something from her. This is her company. She needs to enjoy it to the last. She needs to feel good about everything concerning this company, even if the rest of us have to suck it up. So I think that's a guiding principle that has taken away so much stress for me. I know it's going to be okay. The reason why we weren't invited in is because of her guiding principle. She doesn't worry. She doesn't worry about anything. She doesn't even worry about making a plan sometimes, you know, and that's hers. I'm not going to change that. So I think a lot of peace, and that helps manage the expectations. I don't expect to do anything that's going to cause a problem because I'm yet to find the outcome that's worth that. As far as the next generation, I realize that I've also been impacted by the lack of pressure, you know, so they are still in an explorative phase, but I'm looking at it. I don't have anybody studying pharmacy. I had somebody who was studying biotechnology, and then during COVID and all the mix-up now switched to economics, so that's my scientist gone. The others are not. But I've just realized also that family business is increasingly, as it gets older, it's a group business. So they may bring on new avenues. You've gone all the way from transport to education. So my approach is that the door is open. But I'm picking up something in terms of the education. Still prepare them to be, sorry, Dr. Iguan, sorry, my apologies. You talked about they must also be competent. So that's my responsibility. So I'm taking that seriously now. They need to be educated and exposed enough. So 2 of mine have done internships, and I have a deal now. You come in every year. You know, find something. It doesn't have to be clearly very junior. It will be very junior, but it doesn't have to be in any area. Pick anything, but do it with excellence. So I think the expectations, the pressure I did not receive, I kind of don't feel I want to pass it on, but the world is changing, and structure has demonstrated its value if you're going to endure.
Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for her, please. So educate them, prepare them, but like we've all heard, you know, across board from the keynotes as well as, you know, during this panel, it's not mandatory that the business is handed over to the children. It's to get the competent hands, and the children can participate in various ways on the board and in other ways, you know, other ventures, as it were. Now, I want to come back to you, Mr. Sarumi. Now, you know, you talked about, you know, the fact that, you know, intentionally, you know, as far as the business is concerned, you've set up good family governance structures, and the business is running. From a succession timeline standpoint, right? From a succession timeline standpoint, are there any particular lessons that you have? Are there particular nuggets of ideas or innovation that you are bringing into how you are planning the succession? How early do you start the process? The pool of candidates, how are we trying to get the next generation to even be interested to actually participate in the business? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. So I'm going to go back again to the family governance. I define a family business as a business where the co-ownership belongs to someone or a family. And I can see some of my friends here, when we did the OPM, they never surfaced at the family business elective. And that's why I'm teaching them today, because all of us thought we were not running family businesses. We were running professional businesses. Yet, we own those businesses. Majority of the holding belong to us. So I straight into the class, and I'm like 6 or 10 years ahead of them in this journey. Okay, coming back to it, right? So the family has ownership, right? And you train people to become responsible owners. And I will just share a story. So just involved in a transaction where the Constitution says we have to get the permission of the family. And they're saying, no, the family fund is supposed to be, unquote, indestructible from generation to generation, but you want to mortgage everything on a transaction. So I had to explain, and we had to understand why it's part of actually transiting the business into areas where the business could be around for several years, more years than what we are currently doing. It took like 2 or 3 months and 2 meetings with external facilitator to be able to get the buy-in of the family. So from that standpoint, you already have a family that has interest, that has ability to decide what the family business does. Then we now go to the business and look at how you pick succession. The businesses are well structured. We know that when I retire, that's going to be like 5 years longer. Because why? Because I have a huge debt to pay. Right? My daughter says, you know what? Our reason for signing up is that this debt has to be brought to a manageable level. But she also said a good thing. So the privileges will have to reduce during this period, and everybody has to do their work and be able to live within that, which I said that family business, there's nothing wrong with family ownership of businesses. So succession is professional, will have to succeed. They're already doing that in the different businesses, and the fact that the business is continuously debated, even the one that has no interest to work in the business, but has interest in ownership, may actually still have interest in the future. So everything is open. And the one that has joined is also seen and moving through the ranks, involved in bringing new and crazy ideas, which can be difficult for parents to accept, right? And again, going back to another story, so we're doing something, it's going to take us like 8 to 12 years to get it with, and he says, why can't we acquire something that is running? And I said, look, but this will bankrupt it. He said, you always think the old way. So but you must accept, right, that they bring perspective. You must accept a creative tension with the family. There's nothing wrong in I heard say that if your son, no, for me, we have the conversation. It's like that. Even where others are, they can know the different view. But she understands. I always tell them, you know why I get paid more than you? Because when you do all this, all the things, I solve the problem. Yeah, because I can have a seat at that table, I will always earn more than you. When you are able not only to come up with these ideas, but you can also, when the problem goes, you can solve it, then I know my time is up. But so they know what to do
smart enough, and they will get by. And they may even be involved as family, as owners, in actually choosing the successors that is not them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think lots of very important perspectives have been shared by, Mr. Sarumi. Using external help when it is required. You don't have to decide everything internally. Get help. There are people, there are firms that can actually support you through that process, whether it's with respect to a business decision or an evaluation of a decision, or even in that succession journey. He talked about responsible ownership, and I think that's extremely powerful. There's a privilege that the next generation has, being bequeathed something from the first generation, and it's both, it could be from a board seat, a management role, as well as from an ownership standpoint, so responsible ownership. And then I like the perspective on listening. Founders of earlier generations, listen to them. The way you did it in your time is potentially different. And there are new ideas. So listen and communicate. That will obviously make a lot of difference. So I'll come back to, let me come back to you, engineer. You started the process, and you've even gotten the next generation to sit on the boards and things like that. From a timeline standpoint, what kind of timelines did you, work with? Was there some guidance or mental model around, at this time, I want this to happen? And more importantly, the traditional nuances we have, well, you've thrown that out of the window. Gender, you have daughters, wonderful ladies who are actually, conquering the world. From a timeline standpoint, what were the lessons? And if you look at what you have done, are there any war stories? Something you think in retrospect, maybe I should have done this slightly differently?
Thank you very much. I think thanks again to your inaugural lecture, Professor Nase. And when you spoke about bringing millennials into the board, you were talking about the demographic. We're talking about people in their 30s or late 20s. In 10 years' time, they are the ones that hold the pepper, you understand? They are the ones that are going to be off buying your services. So you need to bring them on board so that they can come with the ideas of where the business is going. So apart from my 3 daughters who I brought onto the boards, I brought on one Harvard MBA graduate. She's in her 20s. I brought on another young, smart boy who is in his 20s. They're on 2 other boards. So they're going to come with a different perspective. Now, talking about timelines, I think the time is just right. When they graduated from school, they work for a few years, they start to understand what it is, in business, then they can contribute, knowing that they come with a perspective. And let's say this. I'm sure a lot of us have studied Nokia as a company. Over 200 years ago, Nokia was a lumber company. They used to sell wood, firewood. They continue to evolve until where they are today. So we must allow these people express themselves. We must allow them come with their own ideas, fresh ideas. We're talking about sustainability of the business. It might not be what we are doing today that we're going to do in 10 years' time. And at the end of the day, exit is always an option. That's what they told us in business school. Exit is always an option. So I would say succession takes time. And we need to prepare for it. It takes years. We started shaping this business, I remember, in September 2017. When we had a management meeting, we set out what we wanted to do. And when I went to see my friend who was the head of EY then, he said, "It looks like you're preparing for an IPO." I said, "No, I haven't thought about that." He said, "But all the steps you are taking sounds like you are preparing for an IPO." What is it talking about? Talking about governance, talking about sustainability, talking about structure. Those are things that you do when you have the long-term interest of the company. So I think it's something, it takes years. Preparation, adaptation, handover, getting used to the new role, it takes time. It takes minimum 5 years, minimum, to get a right successor for a business. So you have to have successors, potential successors internally and externally. And then when it's time, you bring people from, not within the family, to sit down and have an unbiased view as to who the best successor should be for the business to continuously create value into the future. That's the only way the business can be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's another very important, perspective. Start early, make sure you have a succession pool that includes internal and external candidates, and go through a deliberate process to make sure that the best candidate for that particular situation or where the business is the right candidate that's going to be selected. I mean, as we round up, right? So my panelists, I'll give you 1 minute each to just do a final, wrap up. But before we do that, I'd just like to open the floor for 2 or 3 questions for the panelists, after which they will just give us their roundup, final comments, and we'll call the panel a close. Okay, so the lady in front, 1, 2. So I'll take 2 questions, and any other? Okay, 3. So only 3, the gentleman, the lady up front here, and the lady behind, yeah. So we'll take those 3 questions, and of course, I'm sure we'll be able to interact with the panelists after this particular session. So, question, over to the mic for the first lady in front. Can we please pass the mic to the lady in front who's asking, hands are up?
Good morning. My name is Amarachi Ofia. I am a current MBA candidate at LBS. My question is for Mrs. Uzoma. Just like you, I am second gen to my family business, and my parents never really said to me, "Oh, you guys are we're gearing you up to take over the business." They just let us do what we wanted to do and explore different careers. But by myself, I was always finding myself working there at some point at different levels. While I was in university, I was working in sales. I moved to HR and then some form of management. My question is really, considering my personality, it took a lot for me to, envision myself to take on a leadership position. So I wanted to ask Mrs. Uzoma, what did you do? I mean, you have experience in the industry, but you had to, at some point, join your family business. And I'm sure it took a lot for you to adjust and fit into working in the Nigerian climate and then with the people that you are working with. What did you do personally to prepare yourself for the role of leadership to take over your family business?
Thank you. There's a lady at the back and then the gentleman in front. We'll take only those 3 questions, just because of time. I can see more hands, but I think we are hard pressed for time. So we'll just take those 3 hands that went up first, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Onyaka. I'm a PhD student, and my research is in family business. So my question goes to Mr. Sarumi regarding the family constitution. So I'd like to know if there is room for flexibility or there are exceptions to the rules in the family constitution. And is the document something that the company files with CAC so that it can have a legal flavor, or just is an internal family business governance tool for the company? Thank you.
Thank you. So the gentleman in front, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Oludari Talabi. And my question is particularly to, let me say, anyone that has actually had to build the business from the ground up, either even as a second gen or as first gen, depending on the stage of the business. So I've heard a lot of talk about you have to get the best managers, it doesn't have to be a family member, and I think we all agree on that. But I would like to bring a different perspective. So imagine a situation where the business is at a certain level, because from what I understand, a lot of getting a third-party manager or someone who's a professional tends to work very well when the business has reached a very mature level or a very decent level. But in a scenario where the business has started and is doing well, but it is at a point where a lot needs to be done to take it to the next level. And anyone that started a business knows that this thing did not come about because of discounted cash flow analysis or whatever. It came with blood, sweat, and tears, and sleepless nights. So if you are lucky and you have a child that is interested and they are suited to take over that business, sometimes the mere fact that they understand the family and there's blood involved, they can understand the stakes involved. But if you are not lucky and you have to look for a third-party person, and the business has not reached that mature level where you can just get somebody from McKinsey or whatever or some professional person, and you need somebody that is ready to do some inconvenient things at night, ready to not sleep, someone that will not tell you that I work between 5 to 6 and you can't call me at 1 a.m. in the morning. People, if you need to do that, get that kind of person. How do you, to me, it's almost as hard as finding a wife. How do you get that kind of person? How do you get that kind of person just by, the person may have all the head knowledge. They may have the competence and skills. But how do you pass that, I'm ready to sow my blood and my heart and my soul into this thing when at a certain stage of the business? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That final question, right? I'll let engineer and Dr. Onyishi to actually respond to that. And it's talking about the passion of a family owner. There's a passion and energy that actually makes family businesses more successful, right? Come rain, come shine, you would be, in the trenches. So that passion, how do you pass it down? How do you get it from a third party who is not a family member? But I think the other two questions were directed to specific individuals, to Mr. Sarumi and Uzoma. So over to you. Maybe we'll start with you, Uzoma.
All right. So my question was around how you prepare yourself as Gen 2. And something you said was quite telling. You said knowing my type of personality. So the first thing I would do is ask you not to do that anymore. Understand your personality, know how to take care of yourself, but pull the labels off, because if you are going to lead, you will need to be lots of different things at different times. I used to say, for instance, I used to say, I'm the one who stays home to mind the shop, and that was my excuse for turning down invitations to show up and collaborate and do all sorts of other external facing things, which are absolutely critical, for all industries, but especially the pharmaceutical sector, because globalization is having such a massive impact. So the first thing, stop limiting yourself. Understand yourself, but explore other personality traits that you don't think are inherent to you. And then, I don't know what the setup is, obviously, but you need to understand it intricately. Where are the potholes? Where would be the best spot, for an acceleration? So you need to understand the vision of the business really clearly and understand it in today's context. And also the visioner, so that you know how to move, around them, within them, through them, whatever you need to do. So don't take that for granted. And then very importantly, and I'll commend you for being here today, you need the wisdom of others who have gone much further on the journey, can help you interpret things better and even help you foresee, challenges and help you structure. So a mentor would also be good that has that sort of relevant, experience on the path that you're taking. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. Okay. So let's take Mr. Sarumi first to respond to his question. Then Dr. Onishi, you'll take yours last. Yeah.
Okay. The family constitution is not filed at CAC, right? but there are ways you can make the constitution binding by going a step ahead and putting it in the trust. Then it's binding, and we're in that process now. And but I need to, the family constitution is rule-based, and family is supposed to be love-based. So my daughter asked me a question: why is this family so rule-based? The family is rule-based when she wants a privilege that is not, when she wants to have a sense of entitlement. But when she wants what is in the constitution, she really says, right, no, we are meant to have this. There's supposed to be one family where we should have a family assembly. Where is that going to be? She won't say it's rule-based, right? So we need the discipline and the focus in ensuring that that constitution, we do not move away from it. But there are still the same qualities the keynote speaker spoke about. The discipline is still very important. What works for you must also work for the children. And largely what I have seen in our society with some of my friends who want to go this way is because we don't want to discuss money, or with our children, we don't want them to challenge us. We don't want them to challenge decisions we are taking. I think that's, to me, the most important thing. If you want your children to become responsible owners, if you want to build a family institution that will last generations, you must be able, you must humble yourself. After all, they are your family, Lastly, my wife also runs business. And in the family council, we talk not only about the business I'm involved with, but our business too. The questions, in our house, we separate the boardroom from the bedroom. The questions I'm unable to ask her normally. The children will just ask the questions. I've looked down. She must answer. So it works. So when you also has the pain and you ask those questions, you should also be bold enough to answer those questions. I think it makes them want to participate more, ask things and do things that will work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Someone was asking about how one could get a person to take over that has interest of the family as maybe an insider or an outsider. I think that's one of the benefits of choosing people that are going to work for you or with you from the inside. Because if you have worked with some staff over time, you would have known people that can commit extra time in running your business. People who see beyond money. Even among your family members, there are children that will see beyond money. The only person that can have that kind of what you called bringing out his sweats, even you call a person at midnight, the person will answer and will not ask for overtime allowance or something. It is somebody that sees beyond money. Somebody who sees either a career, wants to make a name as a career person, or wants to grow to becoming a director in the company, or a family member who is thinking of, this is our thing, not just about money. It's difficult. There's problem bringing in some children from abroad. Some are there already, working and collecting like $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 a month. And then you ask the person to come back here, and you can only pay maybe 1 million or 2 million. And that money you are paying is not enough of his or her saving outside. So it requires more than just money. So the way to go for me is communicate the bigger picture to the children, to the family members. Always talk to them. Let them know what you are doing and why you are doing them. Always communicate. And then let them also participate. Like when you are running a budget, sometimes we are afraid of letting our children know how much money we have in the bank and so on. But when you are running a budget and then you are planning on the growth of the business, and you drop the numbers in their presence, of course, that's another benefit of allowing them to get good education. Because when they are, as they are growing in their academics, they are having bigger pictures, they are having bigger experiences, they are seeing larger numbers. So it's no longer about million and billion. They will begin to see numbers like trillion. And then when the family is talking about billion and others are already talking about trillion, you will see that the family is just starting. So he or she is coming to join those that will begin to look for the trillion. But if you allow them to see only small numbers, at a point they will think, oh, we have arrived. Let's go and begin to spend money. Let's go and begin to fly private jets and things like that. So for me, I think we just have to open up the more for the children. Let them also be a part of the numbers and see that at the end of the budget planning, you are even having to borrow some money to complete what you plan to use for.
Sure, absolutely.
To spend for the year. So by doing so, it will be easier to pin down on somebody that can actually be a replacement and that will put in that same energy or even more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very practical, pragmatic insights. Final comments.
Thank you. I just want to add this. Every business needs a different type of leader at different times in the life of a business. So as entrepreneurs and founders, let us not think that the business will not survive without us, that without us, oh no, this business is dead. In fact, somebody that takes over from you might even do better than you have done. I always tell the story of GT Bank. The first MD, the second one, now the third one, they're all different human beings. But they kept taking the bank to greater heights. So let's look for the right values. I want to stress that. The right values. People, once you have the values right, bring in the person, let the person run and fly. And the business will continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you know we can go on and on for the next hour, and there'll be nuggets of, insight being provided by this panel. I know they are going to be around, for some time, and so you can still be able to engage and interact with them. But in closing, balancing the expectations of older generations with the aspirations of the younger generation is often a key challenge. We acknowledge that, right? But open communication among family members is essential to navigate all these complexities. Having the right governance structures, family governance structures, business governance structures would definitely make a big difference. Now, the traditions around gender, around first son syndrome, and all those things, we've learned today that we need to put that aside and make sure the business actually gets the right kind of talent for the particular time or cycle in the evolution of that particular business. Family businesses will benefit from external expertise in succession planning, professional advisors with experience, both from within the traditional context of Africa and modern realities of what businesses need will be very crucial to actually help us navigate all these things. In conclusion, let's just say succession planning in African family businesses requires this delicate balance between tradition and innovation. By fostering open communication and seeking external expertise, businesses can ensure a smooth transition to the next generation of leaders. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. That's it.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give the moderator and the panelists a resounding round of applause? I can't hear your clap. Please clap. Thank you so much. You've done a brilliant job. So we would have group photographs, and I'd like to invite the dean. Please join them for the photograph. Don't be tired of coming of the dean of the Lagos Business School, Professor Chris Ogbeche. Dr. Okenwuke, please join them on stage. After the photographs, we'll do the plaque presentation, and then I'll also call Dr. Peter Bamkole. Please join them for the photograph. Thank you. After this photograph, we'll have plaque presentation, which will be done by Professor Louis Nzego. Thank you so much. No, she did that. You have to told her already. Okay, I didn't know. I should do the next one.
She did? No, I told this man to come for the next one.
Presentation, please. Please, Professor Luis Nzegu, please join us to present the plaques to the panelists and to the moderator. As that is going on, please, can we have the sponsors video in the background? Thank you.
Welcome to Acropolis.
Thank you. Can we clap for our sponsors for making it
Founded
possible
with a
for us to
singular-
have the event today? We appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution. So we'll move very swiftly to the next item. If you're following the agenda on page 11, we are moving to the survey presentation on family business. This presentation will be anchored by the Family Business Initiative Lead, Dr. Okenwuke. I'm looking around the room for him. So while we wait for him to come, maybe just put up the... Yeah, I see him at the back. Please put up the video one more time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being such an engaging audience. I believe you're taking the nuggets out of this session that you'd apply to your business.
Relax and unwind in our VIP lounge and stylish bar, designed for your comfort. Experience a seamless check-in and customs process
Thank you. Let's welcome Dr. Okenwoke on stage as he takes the presentation on the family business. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning still. Now, what I'm going to be doing now is not my presentation, not a presentation of Lagos Business School, but feedback from family business leaders in a survey that we conducted at Lagos Business School. Now, coming into the conference, we thought that, and towards as we set up the Lagos Business Family Business Initiative, we thought that yes, there has been a lot of research done, but we wanted to get directly from family business leaders in Nigeria. What are the major challenges that they face? You know, we posed a lot of questions. So what I'm be presenting now is the outcome of that survey. So not like a presentation that we put together in Lagos Business School. Now, like I said, what we tried to do was to customize our offerings. Because in Lagos Business School, the Family Business Initiative is not a one-off, maybe after the conference, everybody goes home. We tend to have a lot of follow-up action. But we wanted to build all of that around real feedback that we get directly from owners and people that work in family businesses. So in terms of methodology, what we did was, like I said, I said this earlier on, pose questions to family business leaders, get their insights, which will form a basis for some of the things we'll be doing going forward. The target respondents here, basically, like I said, family business leaders, the family members, some of them board members, you know, senior executives in family businesses. Now, what we wanted to do, you know, address was people that really know people that wear the shoes are those that know where it pinches. So everything we've done here is to get their feedback and which I'll be presenting. Now, the next slide basically shows the demography within the companies of the people that, you know, respondents. You can see that over 75% of that are people that really either at the C-suite, owners, founders, directors, whether executive or non-executive. And the respondents, like I said, come from a diverse group of people that work within the family business environment. The idea is for us to have real insights upon which we base some of the things we'll be doing at Lagos Business School going forward. Now, the next slide shows basically, we pose the question to family business leaders, what are the top challenges that they face? And as you can see from the slide, the topmost of that is low interest of next generation. I think we've talked about it here earlier on. Now, we're not going to, if you put it in context with what we've had today, maybe sometimes we have too much expectation or we are building wrong expectations. Now, but you can see that the major challenge a lot of owners say they face is low interest of next generation. Sometimes they also say that the business cannot function without without the owners. This is their feedback. I'm sure we've had a lot of the last, the panel. We had maybe this might be, but this is real. We didn't color this. This is direct feedback we got. Maybe in the course of the discussion, we can position this, where they need to be. You also see from that slide. Now, they say no governance board in place. A lot of family businesses, the issue of governance, whether for the business, particularly if you talk about boards. We talked about governance in the family, but even the businesses themselves, you still have challenges, having governance. They don't know everything about the business. This is what we get directly from the business owners. If you go further down, you can see roles not being well defined. You see the issue of lack of competent professional management. Whether this is real or by perception is something that maybe as we go along this today, we're going to get that feedback. Then if you go further now, conflict among family members. This feedback is not too different from what we see generally, but again, it confirms that family business owners are the same everywhere in the world. Some of these challenges could be real, some could be perception. But again, we wanted to hear directly from family business owners. So we don't want to make any assumptions, even as we build our curriculum going forward. Now, the next slide here shows, we also pose the question, what are the most significant risks that you think or you perceive in running your business? The topmost there is succession planning. Now, sometimes this is a general question. We didn't want to narrow it down. Now, what many of them think is succession planning is thinking about succession is their major challenge. They don't sleep well because they're thinking about succession. But it's a challenge for them. Either they're doing it or they're thinking about it. It's the topmost in their mindset. Of course, they talk about political and economic instability, which, like the last panelist, Mr. Salmi said, a business is a business, whether family or not. So these are some of the challenges facing us in the business. But if we go further down, there are some points I want to make that also sometimes peculiar to family business owners. Access to funding. Now, could it be by the nature of the way we structure our businesses, or are we willing to allow people to come in to invest? But these are some of the challenges these businesses believe they face. If you go further down, you see ethical and governance risk. Most of the things that are going further down are general issues that businesses fail. But if you look at that, so, most of the family businesses believe that difficulty in planning for leadership transition, or the thought. Sometimes people think so much about it that they end up not doing it. Because they're afraid, or anytime you think of succession, you're afraid, then you end up not talking about it. These are the topmost things that face the family businesses currently. Now, the next slide here, we pose the question, are there any cultural or social challenges that impact how you take decisions in your businesses? Again, you can see that the topmost point here is the cultural attitude towards, say, business risk management, really. Now, the more the family business that I talk to and in our environment, I think I understand this cultural issue. For you to talk about risk management, it's logical. You have to ask, what if, for example, it could be me now, in the bank when I was an executive, the succession planning discussion would be, what if okay on the way to this office gets hit by an Okada and doesn't make it? What happens? Imagine you and your father having a business discussion. Say, what if daddy doesn't wake up in the morning? Your mother will say, God forbid. It's not our portion. And that ends that discussion. So that's the cultural issue. So they end up not examining issues because of that cultural morbid, as if you're being morbid. How can you wish your father dead or your mother dead? So that kills that discussion. So it's a major issue. There's something about change and innovation. This is how we do it here. Where were you all the while when I grew this business? You think you can just wake up and force me to change. Now, these are the cultural issues. Now, we respect our parents, so we don't challenge them. Daddy is always right, even when you know inside you that he's wrong. Now, go for that now, marriage and family dynamics. By the way, I keep reminding us, these are feedback we got from business owners, not we in Lego Business School that created this. We are just sharing it so that all of us know that we are facing common issues, not peculiar to us. But the only thing that we all call at the end of the day is that there has to be a call to action. We have to do something for us to navigate past this. If you go further down, there are cultural expectations, gender issues. In some cultures where I come from, in the past, they have to be my first son. Whether that person is not just knowledgeable in any way, it's birthright. Even the company is deemed to be an inheritance, culturally, in some places. Okay? Now, if you go further down, we also talked about family hierarchy and in authority structure. My first child had to be the most senior person. So businesses struggle. How do you get the youngest person that is more competent to do the business? It might not be cultural, but the truth today is if you do the same thing that their businesses did not succeed, beyond them did, because of these same issues, you may not have a different outcome. I think these are things that we are pointing out today. The next question, what are the key challenges they face, especially with regard to family harmony? Because they believe that you can predict how a business can last from the nature and dynamics of the family. A very well-run business, in quotes, with a dysfunctional family, it's just a matter of time when the cancer enters into the business. So we ask that question, what are the key challenges in trying to maintain family harmony? The topmost point there from most of them was the different perspectives and priorities of family members. And then if you go through all of this, lack of formal processes, resistance to change, succession planning concerns, conflict of interest, it just tells you of an entity that is not governed. I'm talking about the family. If you leave a business side of it without having the meeting, the vision, the strategy, and all of that, it will not be different. But what we tend to see, the business has some semblance of governance, but the family that owns the business is like everybody to his own. So that's why you're seeing different perspectives, lack of formal processes. Sometimes writing something down seems to be, people call it bureaucracy. You are being bureaucratic. Why do you, I know what to do. Why do I need to write it down? This is part of the challenges that you see. Again, I keep saying, from the mouths of the business leaders, not from Lagos Business School. Now, the next point, you ask a question whether the family, how many family members have intention or are even thinking about it and their disposition towards succession. You can see from this slide that the bulk of it, over 57% or thereabout, haven't done much about it. The most like, okay, yes, I've done a little, but they're aware of succession, they're thinking about it. The next bulk there is almost 42%. They're not even, maybe it's like a good to have. I'll think about it someday. Now, but the interesting thing I point out here, that small pie there, 1.6% or so, are the only family business owners that are even contemplating handing over to non-family competent professionals. I think that says a lot, even what we are saying today. Only just under 2%, it doesn't even cross their mind that a non-family member, no matter how competent, can run their business after them. That is the mindset that we need to change if we want to change the narrative about family businesses. Now, we also asked a question, again, I like this particular slide. No, I think I missed, okay, good. The question here was, this particular slide, sorry. Whether we asked a question of whether there's present some semblance of governance on the family side of the business. We are not even asking for mature family governance. Just, have you thought about it? Are you doing it? Do you intend to do it? Now, from this, 62% or so say no. They're busy making money, that this is not important to them. Or they've never thought about it. Now, the rest, 38%, say yes. Yes also doesn't mean that most of them have done anything, but at least they are aware. They are thinking someday they will do it. Now, but what we say from this slide is, it's good to be successful in business, but if you don't think of governing the family, if your wish or desire is to hand over that family business to the next generation, it will not happen. Or it will happen in a way that you never designed it. Other fragments of businesses. But so family governance, not many have done much about it, but if there's a takeaway from this conference is many of us in this room are very successful in different ways on the business side. What are we going to be doing on the side of governing the families that own the business? I think that's a very important takeaway for us. The next slide here was, ask them a question, what do you think, what are the things you believe that features of family business that make you think you are better than non-family businesses? And so I like this slide. It totally agrees with all the researches that have been done all over the world. It's a strong place to be, long-term perspective. And a family business owner, we believe they think in next generation, not next quarter. People present financial on a quarterly basis, but family business, that quarter is not important. Next generation is important. So these are very good attributes of family businesses: loyalty of trust, entrepreneurial spirit, etc. But what we also want or draw attention to Lagos Business School, these strengths, if not well managed, they end up becoming impediments. When you talk about not willing to change, this is how we do it, I trust a family member instead of an outsider, all we say is put that trust in a structure, not in an individual. You can say have a trust, but put that trust in a structure, not necessarily an individual, because that individual can also disappoint you. I'm coming to the last as overview of these findings, even though I've mentioned some of them. Many family business firms are struggling with planning for leadership transition. I think we've seen that in today, and we're also going to see a bit of that in the next panel. In terms of next generation, we say they are not interested in the business. The question I'm throwing back to us is, what have we done to make the business interesting for them to find themselves valuable to contribute? The issues around family dynamics is a challenge for a lot of family businesses. Again, that means, are we doing what we need to do on the family side? How are we governing the family that own the business? We keep saying that we don't have we struggle to find competent professionals. What are we also doing to make them have a career? I feel they have a career in the businesses that we have, without rubbing it through their nose that is not their business every minute and in every discussion. Now, the next point here is, how are we creating governance in the businesses? I'm laying all of these things to tell most of us why we need to come to Lagos Business School, why we need to align with Lagos Business School. We are going to handhold you to do a method thing that we're saying now. I'm happy that Mr. Sarumi talked about introducing the issue of family constitution, but many of us who haven't heard about it. A lot of people have not heard about it. But I've not seen a family business across the world that succeeded to go across many generations that did not have a family constitution. That I can tell you that. And it's not something you copy and paste. Family have to come together to create it. What works for Mr. A may not work for Mr. B. You look at your family dynamic, but you need help. You know, somebody in the room to make sure that the loudest voice is not just that of the father and the mother. To make sure that the younger people are able to contribute. So we need to work on that family governance structure to create a structure that runs the family. If we can do that, Mr. Sarumi laid that out very clearly, it becomes the foundation for a lot of the things. How to communicate formally and informally in the business, how to resolve issues around conflict between the family members, because conflict must come. It's not God forbid. But the issue is, how do you resolve it when it comes? I've told in strategy that in times of peace, you prepare for war. You don't prepare for war when the war has been foisted on you. So creating a family constitution, make sure you anticipate all those issues that you believe could be challenges in the future and try to find solution for them now. The issues around succession plan, I think we talked about that. Now, basically, I'm going to end this by saying that the call to action is we have to do things differently. We have to do, if the issue around family governance, we must make a step. Someone asked the question, at what time, what is the best time to start? I'd say the best time is now. You cannot change it today, but you can change tomorrow. What you didn't do yesterday, you can't do anything about it, but what you can do tomorrow is still in your hands. I'll be calling for us we are happy at the Lagos Business School, the Family Business Initiative. Our website is there, our LinkedIn page. Everything that we do here, we are going to post it on that, even this conference. So people that were not here today, this survey, we are going to also share it at some point with people that attended. So please keep your contact, emails, and all of that. We're going to make this available to you. And that would be one of the takeaways for those of us that came today. But we are very happy and willing to work with you at Lagos Business School to handhold you custom programs which you can put together for you and your family, because the issues are different from that of the next family. At the end of the day, all our objective is to change that narrative of high mortality of family businesses from one generation to the other. Thank you very much.
management in the US. This program has been put together in order to be able to help CEOs in Africa solve the problems. But the starting point is that they have an opportunity to network among themselves, discuss these issues, come with some form of agreement in terms of what the solutions are. But it's also opportunity for them to become more strategic in their thinking, opportunity to see how they can manage and lead across different cultures and different boundaries, but also an opportunity for them to redefine their business models. The future of business in the world is in Africa. Europe, Asia, America is experiencing very slow growth rates. The opportunity, the big growth is in Africa. If African CEOs don't take advantage of it, the chances are that the Europeans, the Americans, and the Asians will be the ones who will come in, eat our lunch, eat our dinner, and probably eat our breakfast. But because this is our market, we know about it, we should be in a position to know how to do business in Africa and take advantage of it.
So you mentioned that the big growth is in Africa. So what exactly should participants expect from this Global Chief Executive Officer Africa?
One statement: innovate, grow, or die. The program itself is not just classroom lectures. Cases, experiential seats, interaction with successful businesses in Africa, interaction with people who've done it and done it well, and they are still learning how to do it better. So it's an immersion program that by the time they leave, they should be able to have what I call a playbook or a roadmap to enable them to take advantage of this growth. So if you want to succeed in Africa in the next few years and be part of the success story of the African economy, come for the Global CEO Africa program.
Hello. Okay, thank you. If you need more information about the Global Chief Executive Officer Africa program, we have our colleagues in the room, Victor and Shegun, to give you more information. So very quickly, we move to the next item on the agenda. We're going to do better with time so that we can get back on track. We'd like to have a survey presentation, Family Business Challenges in the Global Environment. And I'll invite Dr. Achaleke, Chairman and Senior Partner, McKinsey Africa Region, to take this presentation. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Please keep clapping as he takes his space. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, thank you. Can we please have the presentation? And when it comes on, it's great to be here, so thank you to the LBS team for inviting me. My name is Achaleke. I'm a senior partner with McKinsey. I helped set up our office here. I actually now lead our global family business practice for McKinsey. And so what I thought we would do is share with you some work we've been doing. It took us about 6 months to do this massive piece of work, really trying to understand, as I've heard some questions today, what does it really take for a family business to succeed? We call it the secret sauce. What is that secret sauce of family businesses? We've been sharing this around the world. It's been extremely well received. And it's more of a global perspective, and then it'll be good to sort of compare and contrast to what OK presented and what you're seeing in Nigeria. But before we start that, I thought I'll put it a bit more in context of what's happening across Africa, and then we'll go into the family businesses. So if you look at what's happening across Africa over the last 30 years, this is again some work we did and presented, released a report last year on the back of our Lions on the Move series. You know, 30 years ago, if you look at the 1990s, we were growing at 2.7% as a continent in a context where population grows at 2.7%. So net, we're making no progress. Then the 2000s came, and that's sort of where growth shot up. Across Africa, growth, was above 5%. The top 30 economies on the continent were growing. Remember, Nigeria was growing at sort of 8%. 2/3 of those countries had actually accelerated the growth relative to the 1990s. And so this was the Africa Rising story. We're all excited about it. And the truth is the last 10 years have been more difficult. Growth has slowed down to 3.3%, and that's really because of productivity growth, and we'll come back to that. If we then look at what does that mean? We talk about Africa, but the truth is it's 54 countries, it's not just one, right? And so here we just plotted on one axis the growth between 2000 and 2010, and the other axis between 2010 and 2020. And you see 4 clear quadrants. On the top right, we call them consistent growers. These are countries that have grown above average for the last 10 years, actually 20 years, right? Look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the fastest growing economy in Africa. It has grown at 9% a year, not for 1 year, not for 5, not for 10, but for 20 years, right? Rwanda, I was there last week, again, is the second fastest growing economy in the continent. It's grown at 7% a year for 20 years. That's really how you start to raise people out of poverty. That's what's needed. The top left are countries, we call them recent accelerators. They have accelerated the growth in the last 10 years. And by the way, the top right tends to be more East African countries with a few West African countries. The top left tend to be West African countries. You see Cote d'Ivoire, you see Senegal, you see Togo, you see Benin, and a few East African countries. The bottom right, countries where growth has slowed down in the last 10 years, and unfortunately you see Nigeria there, but you also see Morocco and Egypt in that group. And the bottom left are countries that have been slow growing for 20 years, and unfortunately where I live, South Africa, is in that group. But 2 messages come out of this. One is half of Africans live above the line, right, which is half of Africans live in countries that grow above average, that have grown above average for the last 10 years. But that only represents about 25% of our GDP because they tend to be some of the smaller countries. And what has dragged down the overall continent is the fact that our top 6 economies, whether it's Nigeria, Angola, Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, and South Africa, are all below the line. Right? That's what has dragged down the... Now, if you look at across Africa, if you look at what's happened from a GDP perspective, we used to grow, like I said, I'm trying to figure out where to point this to. We used to go, could we go back? Oh, is it this? Oh, shoot, I'm now drawing on this. Oh, no. Can we go back, please? No, back. We're going forward now. Oh. Okay, I was pressing the wrong button. There we go. There we go. So if you look at actually, we used to grow at 5% a year. Now we're growing at 8.3%. That difference, and we looked at which countries account for that difference, and 2/3 of that difference is accounted for by Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. Nigeria on its own accounts for more than 1/3 of that difference. That's how important Nigeria is to the continent. And that's why we need to get growth going again. And if you look within that, it's really the services industry, right? So the services industry used to grow at 11-12% in Nigeria. Now it's growing more. It was growing at more 3% in the last 10 years. So we really need to get Nigeria right. From a sector, we also looked at sectors, right? From a sector perspective, very, very interesting. We're seeing a fundamental shift away from agriculture today. And you see on the left-hand side, you'll see Africa. On the right, we plotted Nigeria, right? So as Africa, agriculture used to account for 60% of employment. That has gone down to about 50%, right? And all of that shift has gone into services. If you look at Nigeria, it used to account for about 50%. It's gone down to 35%. And again here, all of that shift has gone into services. So huge opportunity here that we're seeing on the services industry, whether it's financial services, retail services, trade, tourism. There's huge opportunity there. There's some challenges we still need to get. Of course, extraction resources, we still need to get manufacturing right. But you're seeing a massive shift into the services space. The biggest issue we have is productivity. So we looked at our productivity across the entire continent, and we looked at it across the different sectors. We also plotted Nigeria, as you can see here. And of every region in the world, across all of these sectors, we are either the least productive or the second least productive region of any in the world. So that's our big challenge. That's what we need to try to address across the continent, both across the continent, but also particularly in Nigeria. And then maybe one final chart, and then we'll get into the sort of family businesses, because this provides some context, which is what's exciting is that we will actually have the largest working age population in the world, right? And over the next 25 years, we will add 800 million people to the workforce. And by the way, Nigeria accounts for about 20% of that. What was actually quite surprising to me, we know that North America is slowing down, so North America is flattening. Europe is slowing down. I was actually surprised to see China is going to lose 200 million people to the workforce during this period. So the world is going to have to turn somewhere. It will turn a bit to India at 183 million, but it will turn primarily to Africa. And so this imperative to train and cultivate this workforce for us now is no longer an African imperative, it's a global imperative. And I always say our next biggest export, if we do it right, it won't be our resources, it will be our people. But they won't have to leave our shores to go and provide these services, because through digital services, a lot you can do locally. Right? So huge, huge opportunity. There is some risk associated with that, but huge opportunity. So I'll ask one question, because I'd love to hear what you think, which is, despite all of this, we still have, as we've seen here, some thriving businesses. And so I always ask this question, if you haven't read our reports, let me know what you think. How many businesses in Africa do you think make $1 billion or more of revenue across Africa? How many businesses do you think make, whether the private sector businesses, public sector, state-owned enterprises, multinationals? How many businesses make $1 billion or more of revenue? Anybody? Sorry? I hear less than 50. I hear 300. All right, the answer is 345, right? Now the question is, how many of those are in Nigeria? Anybody? I hear 6. 20, good, the 23. So it takes us, I mean, we do this every sort of 2 years. We know data is hard to find, so trying to do this, so, we spend a lot of time trying to, and a lot of them are private sector businesses, right? So we create this database and we have it, and we update it. And so despite all these challenges, we still have $345 billion businesses across Africa, of which about 23 are in Nigeria. And the question is, and by the way, 40% of them are in South Africa, right? The question is, how do you scale this up? And many of these businesses are family-owned businesses. So let's now shift to what that means, or what's it going to take to scale it up, right? So around the world, as we know, family businesses, I heard talking about $200 billion of revenue, of contribution to Nigeria. They account generally for about 70% of global GDP, 60% of all global employment, and we find them all over the world, right? We tend to think of them very much prevalent in emerging markets, right? But even in the US, in Europe, we still find family businesses. What we did is we said, look, we really want to study what it takes to be an outperforming family business. And so we studied in detail 600 family businesses that were listed, right? So we can get all the financial information. We then compared their performance to 600 listed non-family businesses, so we can compare and contrast. We then, and I love the survey, we then did a global survey of 600 primarily private family businesses, right, to get a bit more granularity. And then we interviewed a number of them. So this is about a 2,000 sample set of businesses that we studied. They range in revenues from $150 million all the way to $100 billion. They're across 75 countries, across all different sectors. And some younger ones and some that have been here, as we said, for multiple generations, right, over 500 years. That's the data set. What did we find? One is we then said, how do we study value creation? Because it's been well documented that family businesses outperform non-family businesses. That has been well documented. What had not been as well documented was the why. What really drives the outperformance? How do they do it? Right? So we started looking at two metrics. We looked at the metrics, just value creation. So how much more value is created by this family business relative to if you had invested, say, in the stock market or somewhere else, and the value spread, how much of a spread does that generate? And what we found is, across all the metrics, family businesses outperform. So from a total return to shareholders, from a stock market perspective, that is well known that they outperform. But that outperformance is not just because stock markets like family businesses, it's because family businesses have better underlying performance, right? If you look at the value creation, they create more value. From a value spread perspective, they also outperform non-family businesses, right? So that's first why family businesses do better than non-family businesses. We said, well, let's then get to below that. What really works and how do they do this? And what we found is very interesting. If you look at, as they evolve over time, younger family businesses, right? We looked at some of the ones that were, less about $150 million revenue, smaller family businesses, as they start by being better investors. So I heard people talk about you identify the opportunity, what should I invest in, because you can make decisions quicker. You can actually be much better at investing. So that's sort of on the left, right? They're more efficient investors. If you look at capital turnover, they make more dollars per sales that they invested in, right? They make more sales per dollar they invested in, right? They're much better investors. As they grow over time, they become better operators because they've learned to operate the business. They have younger family members in the business. They've been crafting that trade for a long time, and they're really good. So they become better operators, and as a result, they have better margins. Right? So that's a bit of the journey. You start as better investors, and then over time, you become a better operator. Secondly, we then looked at how they grow, and it's very interesting to say, if you look at on the left side, these are family businesses that are 25 years or less, right? They grow much faster than non-family businesses, about twice as fast as family businesses. As they mature, they still grow faster, but the difference is smaller, right? And there's big questions, we had big debates about why that is, right? On one hand, you could argue that what happens is over time, the next generation, which is what happens typically after 25 years, becomes more focused on value preservation. How do we preserve the value of this business versus value generation, which is sort of what the founder started as doing. Others argue the next generation just gets a bit more lazy, right, than the founders. Others have argued that they don't have as much of the entrepreneurial zeal that the founder had. But over time, what you see anyhow is you grow much faster, and then it slows down after the subsequent generations. We then said, okay, let's look at the quintiles of performance, right? So the 5 quintiles from the worst performing to the best performing. And we did that both for the family businesses and for the non-family businesses. And what you find is across every single quintile, so those who are underperforming on the left, the family business underperform less than the non-family businesses. All the way on the right, the family businesses outperform much more the best non-family businesses. So family businesses do better across all the quintiles, right? That's one. Two then is we found that the top quintile, right, the best performing family businesses, they do much, much better than the best performing non-family businesses. That gap is much higher, right? So there's something they do really well. And we call these outperformers, and we said, let's really go study these. These are the best performing family businesses. What do they do? And we identified about 120 of them from the database. Again, here they range from $1 billion to $100 billion in revenue, years of operation from 10 to 650. They're across every sector, across every region. We said, let's then go study these outperformers and really understand what is the secret sauce for what it takes to be an outperforming family business. And this is what we came up with. So I'll just take you through these dimensions and some of the facts behind them, and then, happy to engage in any questions you may have. We found, 4 critical mindsets, and we heard some of those mindsets today actually in the discussion, and 5 actions that they really take, right? And I'll go through each of them. So on the mindset, as you know, purpose beyond profit. So family businesses really focus on, it's not just about making money, it's about making a difference, right? Of course, we want to make money, but let's really lead with purpose, right? And we found that those who have been able to really embed this purpose in the organization do much better, right? We really not just talk about the purpose, but finding a way to embed it within the organization. 2 is, and I'll probably go through the slides as I go through this, cautious financial stance. We always think of family businesses, actually let me go, 2 is long-term perspective. They take a much, much longer-term perspective to the business, right? And they reinvest. If you look at the dividend yields, we're surprised. Some people, initially we thought, well, the family members want to take the money out of the business, but no, they actually reinvest in the business, right? And you see Dr. Ostrika agreeing to that. So the dividend yields for family businesses is lower than that of non-family businesses, right? Third is the fact that they're quite cautious financially. They don't take on too much debt, right? By the way, there's a flip side to that. If you look at actually now, we looked at the leverage ratios of family businesses versus non-family businesses. The leverage ratios for family businesses was lower, and actually for the best performing family businesses was even lower, right? So they're quite cautious around how much debt we take on. Let's not extend ourselves too much. By the way, the flip side is when things now pick up. So what happens is when there's a downturn, they're much more protected, right? So you see fewer family businesses go bankrupt than non-family businesses. But when things turn around, they're not as fast to get out of the gates, right, and capture that opportunity. So there's a bit of a risk there that they need to manage. But from a debt perspective, they're actually a lot more cautious than non-family businesses. And then finally, decision-making, much more efficient. It's not always fast, by the way, but it's efficient, right? So once the family agrees on what needs to be done, they make a decision. If they don't agree, there's a process to actually get to hopefully make a decision quicker. And that actually helps them as they try to make these decisions, especially around investing or pivoting the business or those kinds of things. So those are the 4 mindsets that these family businesses have, and I know we heard a lot of those mindsets in the panel today. On the actions, this is actually quite striking. So first is the best performing family businesses are so much more diversified than the others. Right? And I'll just show you a page here, which was actually quite striking to us. Here, we asked the question which says, what percentage of your revenue comes from businesses outside of your core business, right? And the outperforming businesses at the bottom, you'll see 40% of them had more than half of the revenues from non-core activities, right? 40% had more than half of the revenue from non-core activities. For the other family businesses, that was 7%. Only 7% had more than half of the revenue from non-core activities. So again, really think into, and now when we say diversification, it's not about, oh, I have to now start a whole new product line, right? It could be what other product, what other geography are you going to, what other country are you going to? But it's very, very important to be diversified, right? That's one that, and by the way, when we interviewed them, 70% of them said they'll actually continue to expand beyond the core business. So as you think about it, what are you doing? How much are you really to concentrate on your core business? Where can you expand your activities? That's one. And by the way, the way to do that, a lot of them do it through M&A. And we've done a lot of work which says you're more successful if you do what we call programmatic M&A. So you do a series of smaller deals than doing just one big deal every few years, right? Those who've done a series of smaller deals on a more regular basis, because they learn how to do M&A, they learn how to integrate businesses, they learn better how to identify the kind of businesses that would suit them. Are much better. So our performers actually do both. They actually do these programmatic M&As, but every now and then they also do a big deal, right? That's important for them. So that was the first point on the actions. The second is resource allocation. What we've shown through a lot of the work we've done at McKinsey is that companies that are able to dynamically allocate resources much faster just do much better. As opposed to saying, I was in this, this was your budget for this year, I'll give you another 5%, 10%, we'll just continue doing the same thing. How do you reallocate resources and really go after the best opportunities? What you found again for family businesses, you'll see it here, quite striking, which is, we then asked them, how much of your resources have you been able to reallocate between businesses over the past 5 years? And the outperformers were able to shift more than 60%, or 60% of the outperformers shifted more than a third of the resources to other businesses, right? 60% versus 20% of the others. So again, huge difference between those who outperform and those who don't. So the push here is to think through, how am I really reallocating resources effectively and fast enough to go after the real opportunities? And that means you're going to starve some other areas of your business from resources, but that's the right thing to do if you really want to create value. So capital reallocation was a big one. Second. Third, as you remember, I said as family businesses, the pathway to excellence is you start as being better investors, and then over time you become better operators, right? What the best performing businesses are able to do both, right? So they continue to be better investors, right? So in terms of sales, capital turnover, the sales they generate per every dollar they invest continues to be high. And at the same time, they're better operators, right? So they're able to do both at the same time. And that really is what creates a differentiation for them. The fourth is on the people front. The fourth is, you see here, relentless focus on talent. We heard a lot of that from the panel today, how much they focus on talent, how much they attract talent, how important talent is for them. And then the fifth, and I'll just share the page on the fifth one, we talked a lot about governance today, incredibly important, right? And, having formal documentation for your companies, 80% of the best performers have that in place. The forum for the families to meet regularly, 85% of the best performers have such a forum. An independent board of directors, 90% of them have that. 95% actually involved. We always talk about involving non-family members, in the executives. We can also involve them on the board, but regardless of where they are, 95% open up the decision-making process to also non-family members. We think that's important. And then 80% have an effective training program, right? So it's really, really important from a governance perspective. That's and we talked about it today, right, to really maintain strong governance if you want to be a well-performing family business. Now, maybe just 2 more slides, and then happy to open the question. So what is the process to get there? This is the process. We've accompanied many family businesses along the journey here, thinking first about, what do you want to stand for? What is your dream? What am I trying to aspire for? What is my purpose? Leading with the purpose, as we said. And what am I aspiring for? But then what's my starting position? Right? And how different is that from where I want to get to? Then the question is, how do you close that gap? Right? And of course, is how do you optimize your core business? Your core business is still quite important, even though it's important to diversify. But what are the steps you're doing to optimize your core business? But then what are the steps you're also doing to divest from, underperforming businesses? Which the business should you double down on? But what should you invest in? What should you invest in? Really think about what's the next business you want to grow and build. So what opportunities do I want? Where do I want to have what opportunities do I want to have more access to beyond my core business as I diversify? Like we said, diversification is hugely important. And then all the enablers to make it happen, right? The capital allocation that I spoke about, having the right talent and putting in place the right governance. And what we found, which is actually quite striking, is the companies that did this created 4 times more value. So all the outperformers, 120 outperformers you identified, they were able to move up 1 or 2 quintiles over a 5 to 10 year period. And that's how much value they created, 4 times more value. So I'll just stop here and say, this was hopefully it's helped you think through a bit what we call the secret sauce of outperformers and what you need to do to create more value in your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Just to ask if we have just one question, just one question, not more than one, for him, or did you understand it very, very well? So that I think we are all very good students and they understand it very, very well. So thank you. Okay, where is the question? Okay, just one. Please, if you can allow the person there to ask a question. Quickly, please. Okay, you're raising your hand. Are you writing the question down or? You can stand up and talk, yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the duration of the survey and also among the factors you pointed out in slide 8, talking about government policies, how is affected if we could probably get if we get a paper, probably we could see the FOBs that have stayed longer and how, government policies or even access to credit has enabled the business to thrive. Thank you.
On the first question, the survey, it was necessary when the research was done. We had a full-time team working on this for 5 months. Right? As part of that, we then did a survey of the 600 businesses around the world. And that survey probably took about 5 to 6 weeks to get the input from businesses around the world. So that's on that question. On the second on policy, access to credit, part of it, you're right, part of why family businesses also are not as leveraged is because it's not as easy for them to access credit. That's very true. But we then looked at even the bigger ones who are doing well.
All round of applause for the junior, please, not just one. Thank you very much. Because when I didn't, I need to go and see my eye doctor. I'm not seeing very well again. I saw senior, but it was junior. So thank you very much for coming. So the next person is Mr. Mezuo Muneli, who is the co-founder and managing partner of Sahel Capital. Thank you. And also, as I said, this panel session is quite rich. we have Mr. Nnamdi Ezigbo, CEO, Slot Nigeria Limited. Then we have, joining us virtually is Alhaji MD Abubakar, the Managing Director, CEO, L&Z Integrated Farms Limited. And then the last but not the least is Mr. Salim Adegunwa, Chief Executive, Right Foods. Our media people, can you give us, help us with mic, please? Okay, we have mic. So over to you, our director, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin, for that. So just a point of correction. It's Enterprise Development Center. Enterprise Development Center, not Entrepreneurship Development Center. So thank you very much, OK, and the Family Business Initiative for putting this up. And thank you so much for accepting to have this candid conversation. So I think the first question I'm going to ask, and I'll ask all of you, really is to share your journey into the family business and what family business means to you. So we're going to start with the gentleman on our right, who already is the second generation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to Dr. Oke for the invite. Family business, for me, is I think a lot has been said already, so I'll just dive directly to my experience. For me, it was something, I think the founder, who is my father, happened to always sound out to us that we were going to join the family business. So from a very young age, it was something that of interest to myself. I think we were brought along at different occasions to the office, not for anything major or serious, but just to get a feel of what goes on and what he does. And I think he was also military in his idea of having his children in the family business, because there were certain blocks and stops that were put in our place to ensure that we joined the family business. I've heard a lot said about the willingness of the next generation to join. Sometimes you're only aware, or your knowledge or what you do is depending on what information is put before you. So personally, I wanted to be a sports person. I wanted to play basketball, but they never stopped me from playing basketball, but they just ensured that I was not in any place where I could be scouted properly to advance my dreams. So if it meant, schooling abroad where he would get better opportunity was the thing, then we'll revert and make him school in Nigeria. So there are no scouts in Nigeria to see that talent. So I think he had a very focused idea of what he wanted. And fortunately, we're five children. 3 of us are in the business. The 4th one is thinking about it. And my sister, because there are 4 boys and 1 girl, she's a medical doctor, but she also engages in the business. So fortunately, he has 5 of his children around and involved in the business some way, somehow. So in a short answer, I think it's on the founder if you know what you want, because I think the first panelist said he told his children, go and look for your own. But in my case, it was like, this is what we're doing. This is the family business, and it's supposed to outlive us. And before I joined, I was in the financial institution or the banking industry. I worked with 3 different banks, and there was a point where there were some challenges within the business. So that kind of shortened my stint with the financial institution and brought me into the family business. And I've been there now for 10 years, since 2014. Yeah, so it's been so far so good, but
Okay,
that is the experience so far.
The military strategy worked for you.
It worked.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll move on straight to Mezwe. Tell us, for you, what does family business mean, and how has that journey been?
Thanks, and thanks to LBS and EDC for the opportunity to be here. And I think I have a unique perspective because my wife and I are majority shareholders in 3 companies, which we oversee. And at the same time, as managing partner for Sahel Capital, we invest in family-owned businesses. So we've invested in 11 companies in Nigeria, about 5 outside Nigeria, of which 8 are family-owned businesses. So we have to engage with different families on a range of different issues as we invest. So perspective as an investor in family-owned businesses, and then as a controlling shareholder in 3 companies. And you note that I'm avoiding using the word family businesses in the companies that we control. And I think the reason is that very early on, we decided that we were building companies not to hand over to the next generation. We wanted companies that had impact in society, but at the same time, we would see how do we bring in and attract talent? How do we attract other shareholders? So ultimately, over the long term, we'll be a smaller investor, shareholder in a much larger entity. And then let the next generation go do whatever they wanted to do elsewhere in life. So we made that decision very early on. And throughout our entire engagements with our companies, we've been very careful to ensure that we separate decision-making from equity ownership, from how we do the compensation distributions, and how we attract our talent. So there's some discussions around that I'm happy to go into a little bit later.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think maybe I'll just go on to Alhaji. Alhaji is online. Alhaji Abubakar? Yes, you are. So
okay.
just your
Yeah, good. Yeah, okay. So mine equally is unique, and I'm more unique than Ms. was because we founded the business with my 2 wives. The second wife is late just last year, so that leaves only the 2 of us now remaining. But from the onset, we established a business that 3 of us are to run, and possibly the hope is we transfer the ownership and possibly management to our children. But we are not, we've not from the onset, we are not unaware of the fact that we need some external talents to run the business before our children mature to take over. But we made it very clear that there are entry points, and the entry points are minimum of at least 1st degree and then 3 to 4 years experience of working elsewhere. So you don't just come into the business by genetics. You come because you merit to come into the business. At any given time, you want to join the business. But we free them. They are free birds. They go. If they are out, they come back. If they find better things to do outside, so be it. But how do we ensure that the continuity for them to come back and find a structured business is what we're discussing here, and I'm sure I'll go into more details later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alhaji. Okay, so I think maybe I'll skip you, Nnamdi, right? And I'm going to go straight to Salim.
Hello, hi. Yeah, I think we have a philosophy that basically says that you don't inherit a business, but family business is not inherited, but it's something you borrow from your children. So it changes the mindset because there's a sort of responsibility about it. It's not because when you think about an inheritance, it's just some sort of an entitlement about it. But when you think about it as a loan from your kids, then it's a totally different approach. And how you approach that, how you approach the business is ensuring that you nurture it, you grow it, and you're able to hand it over to the next generation in a much healthier manner than how you received it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, and Nnamdi.
All right, thank you very much. Family business, I believe that every business must be, there must be an intention from the beginning. So in my case, Slot was built, there was an intention to build an empire. There was an intention to build a system. So you have to first of all address the structural issues. So if you have a company and you have the right structure, you have the right system, you have the right people, right? It is natural for the organization to achieve goodwill, achieve continuity, stability, and then you can actually have something that you want to pass on to the next generation. So I think the most important thing is to intentionally build a system, intentionally build a company. And so if you don't do this right, so what are you actually passing on? So there are three components in this whole conversation. One is ownership, management, and leadership. So if I have a system and the ownership is clearly defined, of course, the family members are the owners of the business, but must they be involved in management? That's not supposed to be so. So you have to have the right people to manage the organization. It doesn't need to be a member of the family. All right, so ownership can be reserved for family members, but driving the organization, which is the managerial skill, the operation and all that, has to be done by the right people. So if over time you find family members, kids who are interested, who are passionate, who are qualified, then they can be allowed to get into the business and to drive one aspect of the business, but not necessarily that they must manage the operation, not necessarily that they must be involved in the day-to-day activity of the business. In my case, I happen to have my wife also, who is the executive director of Slot, so we are co-owners. And like Mr. Woshika talked about, sometimes in the past, when we started the first 5 years, we used to have little conflicts, all right, because we have different ideas and different perspectives. And so most times, I was able to make my argument stronger and to convince her why she should agree with me. So the most important thing for me is to have the right structure, systemize the business, attract the right talent, have a clear vision, like Mr. Woshika said, but you mustn't have a family member to drive the management. I believe that family members can own the business, they can be shareholders, but not necessarily involved in running the day-to-day activity of the business. However, if you find someone who is passionate, who is qualified, who is interested, and emotionally involved, why not?
Okay, so thank you very much for that. And so I have another question for you, which is why I wanted to answer last. So you kept on talking about structure and systemizing and talent. And from Mr. Woshika's keynote right to the other panel, and even when Acha presented, we kept on seeing talent. So talent, talent, talent. At the Enterprise Development Center, 20 years ago, we entered a class and asked entrepreneurs what their major challenge was. It was funding. When we asked that same question today, it is talent. So I wanted to just share a little bit for us. How do you think that as family business owners, African family business owners, that we can navigate the challenges around three things: recruiting the right talent, remunerating them the right way, and then retaining them?
All right, so first, for you to attract the right talent, you have to have the right structure. If you have the right structure, and then your values are defined, of course, every business must have this belief system, which is the core value. So if your values are clearly defined, you have the right structure, you obviously would attract the right talent. And of course, you should be ready to also pay. Like they say, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So if you have the right structure, you're professional about driving your system or driving your business. Professional in terms of defining your core values. You have a clear vision of where you're going. And if your vision is inspirational, people want to join the organization, right? Because they want to aspire to be part of the big picture. So if you attract talent and you're able to retain them by treating them right professionally, of course, that will also help you to attract the right partners, strategic partners. And as you attract strategic partners, you're also going to be attracting more talent. And as you attract talent and you have the right partners, of course, your revenue will grow. So I think systematically, these are the components that should be at play.
All right, thank you very much, Namdi. So the next question I have, Alhaji. So this question is for you. Are you still online with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. All right. So the question I want to ask is around values and culture, and how, as your company has grown as a family business, you've been able to maintain your culture and the values, and you live.
Yeah, I think it's very easy. Once you define your values, particularly the family values, which I'm sure most humans that want the best for their family would, that you don't cheat, you don't lie, you keep to promises, you do the right thing, then I can't see myself bringing my child to a business that what I tell him at home is going to be completely different from what he sees in the business. So you are now bound by that promise, or by that value instilled into your kids, not for him not to see you act differently, to make sure you do the right thing in your workplace. This will help and ensure that the values are continuous. And if you go to the next level of engaging the kids into the business in the future, they'll be able to ride on those values. So you have incentive of doing the right thing, and then institutionalizing your family values into the corporate values of your business, so that you will not be seen to be a liar in the face of your children, and not to be able to instill what you have told them as they are grown up in the corporate world that they may likely join. So these are some of the things that guide us. And I'm sure the values of a family are very simple, and everybody wants the best for his family. So if you're able to take that into the corporate value of your business, it will help, and that's what is guiding us, and we intend to continue with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Alhaji. Okay, Salim. So my question is to you, and it's around decision making, and the intricacies and dynamics of decision making as you're running your family-owned business, and the interplay between that. How do you manage the conflicts when there are clashes with your family-owned business and the culture and the values?
So we are a family business now that's 61 years old. So I'm actually, the second generation. So we are we were fortunate actually, because in our case, our founder is very, very crystal clear in doing things properly. One of the things, when I was studying the notes and we're talking about African business, it's like, when we talk about African business, it almost takes away the fact that at the end of the day, you're running a business. So, if you just remove the African bit of it, is you run it as you would any other business. What we have is we have absolute structures in place. We have constitutions. We have, the SOPs are clear. They're just crystal clear clarity. So there isn't, do's and don'ts are fairly clear in black and white. And, if you look at the family enterprise, so you've got the business side, you've got the family side, like Mr. Sarum was talking earlier about the constitution. We had this done like over 15 years ago. And then you also have the business side. So really, in terms of just making sure there's clarity for the family, clarity for the business, clarity for your employees, there's no issues with conflicts, because it's in black and white, how you treat such.
Okay, thank you very much. So when you talk about clarity, that's something that also has been a consistent theme right from Mr. Woshika. So clarity of what our values are. So she talked about the value of having values. She talked about clarity. And just thinking about it, for an investor, I think that clarity will be very, very important. Mezwe wears two hats. So in sharing earlier on, so he's a family business. He co-founded some businesses with his wife, but in addition, one of their businesses also invests in other family business. Where does clarity of purpose, where does that play, as well as what do you look for when you want to invest in family-owned businesses, and what have been some of the challenges that you have seen from the family business when it comes to letting go of capital structure?
Sure. First of all, investing into another company is almost like entering into a marriage. So you have to make sure that there is alignment with the other family. And we spend quite a bit of time trying to understand family dynamics, what motivates them, what ultimately are they looking to achieve? Do they want a partner to come in to help with governance structures? Are they just looking to raise capital? What really do they want to achieve? What's the next 5, 10-year plan? And then trying to align with them. And every family has a very different dynamic. Every family has a different objective of what they're trying to achieve. But ultimately, we look to try and see if there's alignment between us and the family. Now, as part of that process, there's always conversations around governance structures. The company may or may not have governance structures in place. It may or may not be strong. But ultimately, we say, if we do invest, we want to make sure that the company has a board with independent directors. That board of directors may or may not include all family members. Let's have a conversation about that. We also have a discussion around what is compensation for family. Because if the company is 100% owned by family, the family may not be very specific about how they take money out. But if you now have other investors coming in, there needs to be conversations around what are the salary packages, what are the rules governing how money is taken out, what does it mean, and now in agreement with this framework of how money should or should not be taken out of the company. There are also conversations about who runs the company, because we've seen companies that are run by one family member, and we actually think a different family member is better suited to run that company. We've seen companies where we think a third party is better suited to run the company than a family member. And of course, we've seen companies where we believe the family member themselves are perfect to run the company. But we always try and have these conversations up front and very early before we invest to see if there's an agreement. And if there's alignment, we're able to move forward and invest. And if there's no alignment, we choose not to invest, and maybe that they're not the right partner for us. But the very important conversations to happen very early. There's a different point that I want to mention as well about talent, because I think talent is very critical, whether you're a family-owned business or you're not a family-owned business. Now, unfortunately, if you go into the marketplace and ask for perceptions about family-owned businesses, what you hear about family-owned businesses are not very positive. It's family-owned businesses are not a meritocracy. If I go work for a family business, will I be able to advance in a certain way? Are there good governance structures in place? So there's a perception in the market in general about how family-owned businesses are managed, which potentially could impact your ability to attract talent. So if you really want to attract the best talent, you have to be very clear and very communicative about how strong your governance structures are. You need to be very disciplined about who is actually advancing within the organization, which family members are not involved in the organization, how do you have that separation? So, for example, with the 3 companies that my wife and I are majority investors in, we've not been involved in day-to-day management in one for 10 years. There's been external management driving it, and we only have distributions. And we've actually chosen not to have distributions, everything is reinvested. In a second company, we've not been involved day-to-day in 4 years. So just shareholders and just directors. And we've been able to attract very good talent that have actually grown the company multiples of when we were involved day to day. So it is, you can attract talent that can actually grow the business even more successfully than if you're there day to day. It's not one or the other.
Thank you for that. Okay, so Cosmos Jr., this question is for you. And I know one of the major challenges that a lot of entrepreneurs have is trying to persuade their children. So you've talked to us a little bit in your introduction about the militant approach that your dad used. But this is now a question for those of us that are currently building our businesses. So maybe the businesses are in their second decade, third decade, and haven't consciously tried to make that business attractive. You're in the business now. What are some of the things in hindsight that could have been done and can be done?
To make the business attractive to...
Yeah, to make it attractive to the younger ones, that children or any of the other family members.
Okay, again, children or next generation, they're human beings. They have their own goals, desires. I think fortunately enough, from a young age, I was interested in the business. Yes, I wanted to play sports, but even at the back of my mind, because you don't play sports forever, it was, if I do play sports, when I retire, I want to join the business. If I don't, then I'm in the business. And when I say military approach, it was kind of like your life was patterned. Okay, we're trying to set up a business. We're trying to add governance structures in place. We need this business, we need accountants, you need economists, you need, so you were studying this, you were studying that. So it was kind of military in that way. And then after first degree, you were then left on your own to, okay, then go and explore what you wanted. So again, I believe it's maybe my father is fortunate to have, because my sister is actually, she's a medical doctor, so she's not in day-to-day or actively involved. She's comes for maybe board meetings and stuff like that. But I also think he's fortunate to have his children actively interested in the business, because as much as we're being, more or less shoehorned into these various roles, if you never had any interest, it would just be a constant clash of disinterest versus founder's idea versus your own interest. So fortunately enough, maybe it seemed interesting. The business was also diverse enough for you to find something that you wanted to do within the business. And even down to the second generation now, because like I said, I wanted to play sports. So I'm trying to incorporate a sports side of the business. So if the third generation says, oh, you want to do sports, it's now no more, no, you mustn't. There's a sports arm that you can so that also aligns with interests, depending on how, what type of business you are. Sometimes you're in a very straight structured business like pharmaceuticals. There are no, okay, I think there's a pharmaceutical here, but yeah, you can't just pivot from pharmaceuticals to basketball, for example. You can, but within the core business, so that also helps with the interest. So, but for me, it was a bit of both. I was interested and I was kind of shoehorned into it. So for the founders, you should be clear with your vision. You should make it, try and also pick your next generation's interests. Forcing it might work. It did in my case. Sometimes it goes horribly wrong, as you've seen in other businesses. So I think there should be early discussions as well within the family of what we do, what we represent, how it, beyond just making money, what are the values and principles and things we try to achieve in the country that we are involved in, or the region or society that we play in. So I think that communication helps as well.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to drill down and ask a more personal question. So that will be for you and for Sally, my guest, because you said 61 years, right? Right food. And that has to do with conflict. When you don't see eye to eye. And, so conflict between first and second, or second and third, if they're there at the same time, because we have known that to happen. So what's the advice? How do you deal with that? So not just for two of you, actually for everybody, and because I'm sure Mezu will have some great perspective. And it does happen when we're looking at the market and saying we have to go a particular way, but you're saying, no, it's not that way. How do we deal with that?
I think there's got to be, you can't have too many cooks. There's got to be a leader. Like in our case, for example, I'm the CEO. So if there's conflict and I want to go left, I'll discuss it, but eventually I'll make a decision. So there's got to be a final, somebody's got to be responsible. And that again goes back to your governance structure, having the fact that, look, or whoever's responsible for that particular conflict, there's got to be somebody within the structure that is entitled to the final say. So this goes back to governance. We really do not have too much of that. And I understand from a human point of view, you do have those conflicts, but the governance structures takes care of all those sort of issues. It makes it very easy.
Okay, all right, thank you. Nnamdi Ameze, you want to weigh in?
All right. Usually, when you have two people or more making decisions or involved in running an organization, you are bound to have conflicts because you have different perspectives. In my case, I have my wife who sometimes would always puncture my ideas. I know she's a very intuitive person. Unlike me, I'm more of a number person. So I want to look at the numbers and make decisions. And then she will say, I don't like this idea. This is not good enough. And sometimes she won't be able to convince me, with numbers or facts. And so we have such an argument. But sometimes, to be frank and to be fair to her, she is always right. All right? And so I have also learned to listen to her over time. So when she says, no, this will not work, this is risky, we might need to be very careful. So you have that conflict because you have two people who have different perspectives about a particular topic or a particular situation. But sometimes I believe that the leader should be authoritative, all right? Should be able to take tough decisions, should be able to stand his ground and say, you know what, I want to go this route and I don't care what happens, all right, because you are very convinced. So what I think in most cases is there's need for communication. And where you are unable to resolve such conflicts, you might need to get maybe a consultant or maybe a mentor, or someone that can actually come in and help communicate a better idea and actually help to resolve such issues. So it's always need for two people to argue, and obviously I agree. But over time, in recent times, like 5 years ago, she has been able to see that my ideas are has become very rewarding. And so sometimes she'll just say, are you sure this will work? I'll say, yes, it's going to work. And these are my facts. These are my reasons. And then she will say, okay, let's see how it goes. And I will make sure I put everything together so as not to disappoint her. So that has been a very matured way of resolving conflicts.
Okay, thank you. Meze.
Yep, I'll give context first in that I've been married 23 years. I've known my wife for 30 years. The business is 14 years. So if I had to prioritize, I'll prioritize my marriage over the business.
Wise man.
So now, when we first started working together in 2010, so 14 years ago, and we had our food processing company, there were effectively two CEOs that were coming to work every day with very different styles of operating, very, very different styles. And that led to a lot of conflict in our first year because both of us are very used to running organizations, so lots of conflict. And we're actually quite tested. And to my wife's wisdom and suggestion, we actually went to get counseling from a family that has been working together for many years before us, Fulu and Bosse Ayeni of Tantalizers, and sat down with them, and they were very grateful to give us their entire day to effectively explain how they were able to successfully work together. And one of the advice they gave was, it is very important to divide your roles into what each of you does very well. And then once you divide your role, you stay in your lane. You don't cross over to what the other person is. You stay in your lane, no matter what is happening. And that has worked very well for us since then. So with Ace Foods, for example, I'm a finance person. I oversee finance, ops, supply chain. She's more outgoing than me, so she does external partnerships, people development on the team, sales and marketing in terms of the oversight. When we built Sahel Consulting, which is a management consulting firm, her background is with McKinsey. She drove that business, and I was effectively a passive shareholder unless my advice was asked for. On the private equity side, my background is finance. So I drive that business, and she's a passive shareholder unless I go to her for advice. So that is how we've divided it to minimize the conflict that will eventually come. Now, within that structure, I think it's important to have employment contracts. So from day one, there's been employment contracts in place. What will each person be paid for what scope of work? And if you're no longer day-to-day, then of course you don't get paid that compensation for that scope of work. You're a shareholder. What is your role? What is not your role? What's your KPIs? All of that done very clearly, such that even when we bring talent into the companies, there's no ambiguity on who is responsible for what, who is doing what the KPIs are. And that has worked together for us very well over the last 14 years.
Fantastic. Maintaining your lane, eh? So it's a Niger phrase, but it obviously is working very well for you guys. Okay, Cosmos.
Okay, for myself, I think my fellow panelists were all the final, they have the final say, so it's much easier. That's why it's easy for Salim to say there's no conflict, because
I was looking at Salim when he said that.
And also for them, there's no conflict because they have the final say. So I'm coming from the other end where I'm like in your wife's position where I have to take whatever you say. So yeah, it's tough because sometimes you have your ideas and you strongly believe in what you want to do or execute, but you also have to understand and appreciate the governance structure that is in place, that the captain of the ship or the CEO has the final say and the ball does stop on his table. So when things get rocky, he takes charge. So it's like Mrs. Awoshika said, you have to do a lot of checking your ego at the door. And for myself, if something I strongly believe in, like she also said, then show the value. Like if I'm saying, there's a new approach or a new way, and it's not being like accepted, then I try maybe in a smaller project or in a smaller division to show how this is beneficial to the business, and then in that instance, the numbers or the result then speaks for itself. But for bottom up, it has to do with a lot of checking your ego and also believing that we're all here for the good and progress of the business. So even if we have misaligning views, ultimately the aim is growth and profitability for the business. So you check your ego and then take the decision or the direction of the boss or the founder of the organization.
All right, thank you very much. Alhaji, can we have your perspective? Are you still online? You're muted. Alhaji, you're muted. You're still muted.
But you can see me.
Yes, we can hear you now. We can see and hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay, beautiful. So as I was saying that in an African setting, having two wives on its own, without even a business, you have started generating conflict. So now you take that conflict into business, it's going to be double wahala, as we will say. So having known that from the onset, what we did was clearly define each other's role. So we had two businesses. The other business was just my first wife became the MD CEO. And on the other business, she became only a director, non-executive director. My second wife now was a deputy managing director and an executive in the first business that I am an MD. So clearly, every person's role was defined. But as we always say, or as the other panelists had mentioned, having corporate governance structure that is solid is very important. It automatically resolves a lot of conflict even before it happens. So having Meso Sahel invested in our business was a very, very, very good solution to that problem. And I remembered the first thing they did when they came was to give me an offer letter. As an owner, founder of a business, for the first time I'm seeing that I'm given an offer letter with my salary clearly stated and what I'm to earn and what I'm not to take from the business. So also my wife that was an executive. And when we go to board meeting, only my first wife that takes sitting allowance for attending the board meeting, we don't. So this actually institutionalized a culture that till today, some years after Sahel exited from our business, we're still riding on that culture. It's only recently, I think, we're trying to see how the MD's salary will be improved upon with the demise of my second wife, who was the executive director. And so having gotten that to that stage, then the next level is the family the family governance. And I'm sure that's what Dr. Onwoke is talking about, the family constitution. We've started talking, and once we have the family constitution in place, I'm sure that will also help to guide, instead of having piecemeal of actions or inactions put together to run the family, we'll have a constitution that will guide the entire family in running our own business. The succession plan, again, is the last thing we have to look at conflict in. I always give an example. When we were starting in Lagos as workers, I was staying in Okukomaiku, and those days you have to catch a molue coming to Mile 2 before you get another molue going to Semes. The excitement is the time you are running to catch that molue. Once you are in the molue, the excitement ends. So we're looking at the same thing that is moving on. We had the motivation to run this business and make it a success because we come from a situation where we lack, and we are looking at a situation where we have to continue to prosper. And I realized when you're talking to this generation of kids that, look, you're telling them history of, look, there was poverty, it doesn't work. You have to give them a tangible example or a tangible scenario where they will see what will excite them. And so because they are not catching Molwe like you, they just leave home and enter a probably trophy-driven car that will take to their destination. So their excitement of catching Molwe is not there. They're already in the vehicle. So you need to probably look at beautiful music or some kind of system that will motivate them. So it's beyond Molwe catching now, is what do you put that will excite them to see the passion you had and also share in that passion and joining the business. As long as we don't do that, they will not have interest in the business, and conflict will always arise between you and them because you had different motivation for being in the business from them. So you need to align in what motivates you to be in the business. And once that alignment is there, then most of this thing will be on autopilot.
Thank you very much, Alhaji, for that. Thank you. So I have so many more questions, but the title of this panel is A Candid Conversation. And we have 5 amazing panelists that have experience. So I'm going to pause on my questions and open the floor. I think it's really important that we ask as many questions as possible so we can get more insights. Okay? So there's a lady in front, the gentleman, number 2. Number 3, okay, I'm not allowing you to ask your question. Number 4, you need the mics? Okay. So please just put your hand up so that he can see you. You want 2 mics?
Okay. Which one? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Rizamoji. I work with my father. Our business is 21 years. My question is this: so how do you handle conflict where personal conviction might be detrimental to the future of the business? So it's not a thing of values, it's just like personal conviction. So I'd give an example. Some business men or women believe that, or some people just don't believe in partnerships or investment or having external bodies or counseling, like I've heard today. And as the second gen, you might believe, you might be on the other side where you totally believe that this is exactly what the business needs. So it's not a thing of values, it's just personal conviction that nobody must invest in my business, or no funding or no counseling, we can sort this out. So no governance, no structure, no books, nothing. And the business has proven over time that this method works. And then here you are, you're like, here, try this new method, but you don't have proof because, that other method has worked for a long time. How do you handle that? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yvette Theodore Brown. I'm the CEO of Yvette Brown Consult Limited. I just incorporated the company. I'm a student of LBS, full-time MBA. And my question is for Mr. Nnamdi. You said, if you pay peanuts, you'll get monkeys. And I thought about it, and I'm like, when it comes to capacity to pay top talents, how do you advise that a startup should go about this? Should we attract more of partners and consultants that can function at top levels, or do we attract them as employees? Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Obinna Radiobu. I'm in the manufacturing sector. So after 10 years working outside of my family's business, I joined just like 5 months ago. So to Mr. Wune, I just wanted to find out if you've had a case where you've invested or you've been in the process of investing in a company, but they didn't have some of the structures in place that you needed, or there was reluctance from the owners to sort of take up the structures that you said. How do you go through that sort of transformation process if, as a company you're interested in, but you've got to take them through some kind of transformation to actually get them investor ready before you can come in? How do you go through that process? Yep.
Sure. So I think the first is that there has to be alignment or we will not proceed. And we expect that there will be some change, some restructure, but the family has to be open to it. And we look for signals, and we have very open conversations. And Alhaji Abubakar, I hope you don't mind me using you as an example, because we partnered with LNZ in 2015, and then we sold back to the family.
Go ahead, Mezo, you are permitted.
And we sold back to the family in 2022. And very early on, we had a range of conversations about ultimately where we were going. They wanted to have increased governance structures, and there were different signals we saw that gave us comfort that they're willing to go through on this journey. So the first is when we first met with him and then convinced him that we should invest, he then said, okay, thank you for convincing me, but I actually have 2 wives, so you must go convince my wife number 1 first. And then if you convince her, you must go convince the second wife. And if none of them agree with this direction we're going, then we're not going this direction at all. So he was very good very early on to make sure that all the key stakeholders were clear and aligned on this direction we wanted to go. Second, which we thought was interesting, was that in his own governance structure already before we invested, both his wives could actually outvote him, which I'm not sure, which is actually interesting because it already showed very early on you had somebody that was willing to bring in and allow other voices to make decisions. It didn't have to be his own voice to make that decision. So in that context, we then said, okay, here is a family that wants to have governance structures in place, has shown great growth, and then let's work with them and grow with them through this journey and then help make the different changes. Now, in that process, with all the companies we engage in, what we also try and do to help manage conflict, because in any marriage, in any relationship, there will always be conflict. So how do you manage that conflict? Is that we said, let us restructure the board so that they are independent directors who are also on the board. So if you're a family-owned business that doesn't have a functional board or doesn't have an independent director, it's very important to have independent directors. Because what those independent directors do is where there's conflict or disagreement, they help you navigate through those conflict issues. And what we then say is, okay, how do we find independent directors that the family trusts and respects, that we trust and respect, so when there is conflict, which there will be, they can help navigate, so ultimately we can then get to this end place where we want to get to. And in the case of LNZ, for example, they've done extremely well. Even after we've exited, they've grown by a factor of 2, and have done very well after that in terms of their growth. But I think it's, with every business, family-owned or not, there will be a process of strengthening, and just to make sure that all the stakeholders are aligned and have that same vision, and this is the direction we want to go, and then you then go through that journey.
All right. So when I said if you pay monkeys, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, I was basically saying that if you want to attract the right talent, you have to make your business attractive to them. You have to pay them what is good enough, not necessarily paying so much. And if you are careful, you can actually find young people, smart people, trainable people who can actually come in and help drive your processes. But in my case, just a little bit of context here. When we started, the first 5 years of our business, we had a little bit of a chaotic period where things were not done properly. There was no process, there was no structure, and we were just selling, making money, and you buy, you sell, you use your money to restock, and you do stuff like that. But what I did was to hire a consultant, and I think that was a very brilliant thing. So these guys came and they looked at our system. They spent 1 month with us. All right. So these consultants are not the top guys. I mean, Big Fours and all that. So it was just a team of people who understood what we were doing. So they came, spent a month with us, and helped us to build a structure. And they also helped us to develop a strategic growth plan. They also helped us to hire the right people. And that was how we were able to start, and we were able to run based on the structure that was established. So I think in some cases, you can actually get a consultant to come in and look at your system. These people are experts, right? That's what they are trained to do. So you need a consultant in some cases. And then if you think it's expensive, you can have 2-3 companies, come together to hire a consulting company as well. And so you can share the cost across, the various companies. So in that case, your costs would always come down. Part of what I also advise for for startups is that if you think a consultant or a particular professional is quite expensive, you can also get other companies to share the cost with you. All right. In some cases, some of the small companies find it difficult to hire a chartered accountant, for example. So you can have 2-3 companies, hire a chartered accountant, pay him 1 million naira, and then at the end of the day, you're only spending 250 or 300,000 naira. So that way your cost will come down. So, but whatever happens, if you want to attract the right people, you have to make your business attractive by having the right structure, having the right process, involving in technology, encourage innovation and creativity, because most talented people want to work in an organization where things are done properly, the processes are well run, well managed, processes are efficient, operations are streamlined, and then there is a clear vision of where the company is going. So the owner of the business or the visionary is like the driver of a bus. So he has a clear vision of where he's going. He understands his direction. But he has to communicate that also to everyone that's driving with him. And that's what I think is very important. So you should be able to communicate your vision. And your vision should be or must be inspirational. If people are aware of where they're going and they are inspired, they want to go with you. Thank you. All right, yes, you were talking about second generation trying to convince the founder and all that. So what happens in most businesses is that the founder's mentality is always very strong. Founders have a mentality about how their business should be managed, about their concept, and this energy is always very strong. But if you have a better idea, you have to overwhelmingly convince me. So if you just say, I think this is a better idea, so you have to go a step further to convince me. You have to show me reasons why I should buy your idea. All right? So if you have case studies, so you have to do something, obviously, overly to convince me. And not just to tell me, I think this is a better idea, I think this can work, I think that can work. So if you're able to convince me beyond reasonable doubts, all right, with facts and figures, whatever it is that you can do, just go, you have to go extra mile to convince me. Obviously, I will always bow to superior ideas. And I think that's what happens in most cases. So most founders are always very strong in their belief. The energy, the mentality is very, very strong. So you have to do a whole lot to change that mentality. And I think, obviously, with time, people are beginning to also see that there is this reason to allow the younger generation to be part of the business structure, to be part of decision making, because they always come with a different flavor. And when they do, we always see the difference. Today, most companies like mine, just to be modest, Slot just celebrated 25 years, and I think it's something that is worth clapping, please. All right, so one of the things that we've put in place that has really helped us is to enforce and ensure that people understand the mentality of the founder. And one of the major things that has helped us to weather the storm and survive these 25 years is the fact that we believe so much in ethical principles, all right? And so we instill that, and everyone is, imbibing that culture. And that's what I think is a winning culture for us. So if we have the zeal, if we have the mentality, if we have the passion, and we're able to communicate that, I think businesses will succeed. Thank you.
Do you mind if I could add to? Okay. I was going to say that you have a founder, they've built a business over 20, 30 years, extremely successful, they paid your school fees, you've now come speaking English. It's hard for many founders to now say, what are you bringing to the table? So the advice is you have to play the long game and look for allies. And what that means is, how do you then get structures built, governance structures around the company that can encourage the direction you want to go? Is there a functional board? How can you encourage that independence are brought to that board? How can you encourage that decision-making is done at that board? How can then you get the right allies? So that way there are other people you have around you that are also making those points in the conversations. Because if you, the next generation, are making that point, many cases you have a parent looking through the lens of the child they raise, and not every parent is able to make that separation. So you need a governance structure, whether it's a family constitution, which some families have, but if not, it's how do you then put the other governance structures in place? And then later through that, you can then get to the direction you want to go. But it's a long game. You need allies. It won't happen on day one.
So thank you so much. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions. But I think the conversation we've had, the candid conversation, is sort of just emphasizing the very first things that we started with Mr. Awoshika, then with the panel that came on before us. And just to tie everything in, for me, what I've gotten from the panel, all the panelists, so I called it the 5 C's. And the very first thing, the first C is for clarity. So it's clarity of purpose, clarity of the values. Mr. Awoshika started by saying the value of having values. The second C is for communication. And I think the previous panel, when Alhaji Rashid was talking, he talked about listening and how important listening is. So communication, that's the second C. Communication, communication, communication. The third one is the constitution, the family constitution that we've been talking about. So for all of us that are running family businesses, thinking about starting or have already started, that's something that we need to take seriously. The fourth one is corporate governance structures. We've been hearing that since morning. So we can't avoid it. You can't be sustainable, that sustainable if you don't have very strong corporate governance structures. And then the last thing, which actually would be the first, would be counsel. Having very good counsel. So in the form of mentors or coaches, but somebody that you can actually just talk to and you're sure you're going to get very sound advice. And just to wrap it up, using Meswe's example, when they went to meet Uncle Folu and Auntie Bosse when they first started, that in itself helped. So that today, just based on the counsel that you got, the 3 businesses that you're running and the others that you will start in future, because I'm very sure you guys are not going to stop. You're running it very well without too much headache. You do have headaches because of that counsel. So for all of us here, those online, having the right type of counsel is very, very important. So I could go on and on and on asking questions, and I know if we left the audience, they would ask more questions, but time is fast spent. So thank you so much, the 5 of you. The only thing I'm going to ask of Dr. Muke is that I'm wondering why all the panelists are men. And I'm the only woman. What did we do wrong? So very, very gender unbalanced. So thank you so much, and thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. I've just been told that the next conference we're going to have, all the panel members will be women. So, all of them. So on that note, we say a very, very big thank you to NECA, to Junior, to Mezue, to all our panel members. Thank you very much. I know you have other questions, but all the questions will be answered. But that will be in Lagos Business School when you come for programs. So we invite our Associate Dean to join them in pictures, Professor Yinka David West, to join them for pictures first. Then we also invite our chairman of Family Business Advisory Committee, Rashid, to please join them for pictures, and also Dr. Kenwuke to please join us for pictures as well. If you cannot come upstairs, yes, please, and take pictures with them. And after the pictures, we will also appeal to our Associate Dean, Professor Yinka David West, to help us with the giving the place to the panel members. Okay, if you can stand here. Okay, thank you very much. Can we ask our panel members to please stay back so that we have something good for you. And we invite Mr. Leo Stan Eke to please join us to help us to presenting the plaque to the panel members. Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Sure, I'm not Mumu, so I have to say something. My apologies coming late. Very interesting topic. The government changed our psyche. So today is like Monday in Nigeria. And I had to hustle to be here. My apologies. Okay. Well, let me just put a word. Family business, because that's what I run. And I run a complicated family network. But fortunately, technology, so it makes things a lot easier because the kids are growing into it. Actually, didn't want my children to work with me. I wanted him to go and work as professionals in different places, not to take the hard life we've gone through. Because at the end of it, they don't need all the money. Okay? But they joined me. Everybody joined me. And we are completely a tech family with a wife who's also into tech. But having said that, I want to add something. And somebody called me this morning. First, to run a proper family business, you need to have a family council. Now, people think family office is technically solves all the problem. It doesn't. A lot of people see it as an investment platform, but somebody needs to take the decision before the investment. And that bonds not just the present generation, but future generation. Now, I don't want to take your time because you spend a lot of time. But what I find in the country, and I spoke to somebody about it this morning, a lot of people wait to die before wealth transitions to their children. And that's why a lot of generations cannot continue. You can't be rich, you can't be successful, and your children suffer. When you die, they celebrate. That's what I see in Nigeria. Okay? If they are well trained, you can do an annual investment. I think Oke met me in one, accidentally. And I think that's why he invited me here. So they need to live while you live. They need to have confidence to take it to the next generation. But the family council transitions you from the present generation because your grandchildren need to connect. And that what helps. But sorry to say that many successful businesses in Africa are family owned because of corruption, stealing. Okay, so if I allow others to take over my group today, can they render accounts that is so progressive that I have confidence? And I told the central bank governor this few years back, when there was this claim that families should not own banks. And I told them you have to transition gradually. Because look at the history of Nigerian banks. Who are the owners? The original owners are not there anymore. And how much did most of these people use in buying them? But that's a topic for another day. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Let me do the job.
Yes, I will. Yes, you will. Okay, okay, so can we, all the panel members, take picture with Mr. Leo Stanek? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Okay, so if you noticed when Mr. Leo Staneke was speaking, our panel members were already standing, and they kept, if you looked at, they paid unbelievable attention to his lecture, which I think they wanted him to continue, but he said it will be another time. So we look forward to that next session when we're going to have that proper lecture from Mr. Leo Staneke. So now, please, we want to do the official launch of the Family Business Initiative. And those with our cake, if you can bring the cake forward, please. The cake should be here now. But before they bring the cake, we also want to apologize first and then give Dr. Acha Leke his own plaque, please. And I will invite Mr. Leo Staneke to also do the same, to give the plaque to Dr. Acha Leke. Acha Leke, please, if Mr. Leo Stan, if you can all come and do the same as well. It seems that you have a specialty in giving out plaques. The way you did it was the finishing was excellent. So please, if you can do it again, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Let me hold your phone again. So those with our cake, if you can bring it now, please, that would be appreciated. So to join us to launch the initiative, no, that's not the last one. You have to, yeah, more than that. So join us to do the official launch of the Family Business Initiative. Let me first of all invite the chairman of the Family Business Initiative, Mr. Rashid Sarumi. Let me also invite our Associate Dean, Professor Yinka David West, the Director of Family Business Initiative, Dr. Ken Wuke, and the Academic Director, Lagos Business School, Professor Uchenna Uzo, the Director, Enterprise Development Center, Dr. Neka Okekaru, the Chief Operating Officer of PAU, Dr. Bankole, to join us as well, Dr. Acha Leke, and the Chairman of EMZO Group of Companies, Mr. Emeka Okoli. If all of you can all join us now, so we can do the official, just here. You say? Yes. And of course, I've told him earlier on, Mr. Leo Staneke, please, because you are very good. I like the way you do some of these things. So please, you have to join us to cut the cake. The cake is coming. So if all the people that we invited can all come and stand behind the table to cut the cake. So let me repeat: our chairman, Rashid Sarumi, our associate dean, Professor Yinka David West, Chief Operating Officer of PAU, Dr. Bankole, Academic Director, Lagos Business School, Professor Uche Nauzo, Director, EDC, Dr. Neka, Dr. Achaleke, and Chairman of EMZO Group of Companies, Mr. Emeka Okoli. Please, I want, okay? You know, this is better than the panel session. At least we have 2 women now, but next year it will be all women. So, can you go a bit nearer? You say? Is a female? Yeah. It's a female cap. Oh, exactly. So we are very gender sensitive. So it's a female cap as well. So at the count, so I will call a word, and when I pronounce the last letter, the cake, you cannot go ahead to cut the cake. So the first letter is F. The second one is A. And the third one is M. The fourth one is I. The fifth one is L. And the sixth one is Y. And that's the last one. And that's family. Thank you very much. So please make sure you sit down. The cake will come to you. They will cut the cake, and we'll all enjoy the cake. Thank you very much. So as they are preparing to and after giving out the cake, please do not go. You know, this is family business that we're talking about. And after business, there will always be lunch. So there we have family lunch at the end of this session. But before we do that, let me invite our academic director, Professor Uchenna Ozo, to give us closing remarks. Professor Ozo, please. Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause, please? It's not easy to be a professor at this very young age. Can you give me a round of applause, please?
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm just here to give a vote of thanks for today's wonderful conference. This is the first time we're doing a family business conference, and we're also launching, or we've just launched, our family business initiative. You would agree with me that it's been very exciting, very engaging, with very good panelists, with very good content. And so I'd like to thank, first of all, our keynote speaker, Ibukun Awoshika, all the panel speakers, our great sponsors, all listed here. And of course, Oke and his team, where is Oke? Oke is here, for initiating this idea. I learned so much, but I think one that I found completely fascinating about what we discussed today was when Alaji was talking about managing a family business in a polygamous setting where you have more than one wife. I found that really fascinating. There are a lot of things that have been shared today that you can't find easily out there. And I'm hoping that we will codify, we'll put together all this knowledge that has come out today and that we'll share. So this is a call on us to be ready to collaborate, to be ready to work together, to grow what has started today. I think what we've started today is like what you might call the trailer of a movie. The movie is still coming, and I invite you to be part of that story. If you go to your brochure, I think on page 2 and 3, you will see what is coming up next with the Family Business Initiative. In a month from now, we'll be gathering again to do what we call our Family Business Program, and I would like to encourage all of us to be part of that. So it's just to say a big thank you for coming to this, and enjoy your lunch.
If you can give him a round of applause as he steps down. So thank you very much, Professor Uzo. And as he said, please go to page 3 of the program. You will see the LBS Family Business Seminar. I've also been told that if you came here today or participated virtually, that you get a discount just for participating for today's program. So all of you, we encourage you to all join this program next month. So thank you very much. And as you know, Honda did a car and they called it end of discussion. And Toyota did another one. And Honda went back and did another one and called it discussion continues. So this discussion has not ended. It will continue outside and it will continue in Lagos Business School next month. So thank you very much, and lunch is served. Thank you. If we're not clapping for me or what?
expose business leaders to the unique opportunities of the continent, to look at problems as opportunities, not within a country lens, but to use a Pan-African lens. And you see the scale, you look at the solutions, and then the average cost of implementation gets lower, whilst the value derived is much higher. For us here, we will bring together business experts, leaders who have experience on doing business in Africa, doing business globally. We bring them together and put the participants in this program through what we call the executive challenge. That is what is unique. The executive challenge is where you take a unique business problem and turn it into opportunity that is unique to your organization. And using case studies, using the discussion sessions, the CEO panels, and the experts that we bring into this program, you get a chance to chart the path to success for your organization. As a business leader in Africa, you need to understand the stakeholder ecosystem. Your investors, your customers, the market, your regulators, the tools and the skills required to navigate the ecosystem, technology to leverage on, finance. This is where we make it, we bring it together in the Global CEO Africa program to enable you to succeed as a business leader in Africa.